middle three of Rulofsen, Kaplan, and Mgijima, who are so key for Boland. And so if all five of them get their magic working together, it could be real problems here for the Titans, because that opening five is really good for Boland.
Very good lines here from Khalim. Definitely ensuring that Malan does play at the ball more regularly than not. Yeah, I think the goldrush Boland have had very good partnerships throughout, as we speak about that top five. For them this season, really scored a lot of runs. Got a record of 191 for the first wicket. It's a straight bet.
But you see, the problem is, though, KG, is that, like we've stated, they work in partnerships, but in bits and pieces. It's not a holistic contribution from the whole top five. And when that happens, they score the highest score of the season, which was that 594. So here you want them to come together and work as a unit. There's not much for them to gain, but they can still get to that number 2 position and play in that final.
Straight and I'll fill that mid-wicket. Ndile Petlekwayo. So yeah, I think definitely the Gold Rush Bolands have shown that they definitely put a fight. I mean, they were in the final of that one-day competition, beat the Titans down in Pau. So it is a team that have played quite good cricket this season. That second wicket partnership of 390 between Rolofsen and Kaplan also just shows the temperament that they have in the batting.
And with all things said, Malan is handling these first couple of deliveries really, really well. He's only scored one, but it's the manner in which he's dealing with good area deliveries, and we've seen hints of variable bounce on the surface, and he's done well. It's 5 for no loss after 4.
And you do know with bowlers like to be on top of the batter. So when they see that the batter is very, very certain about that way that they play, they start to change things because they're looking for something. They know how important the wickets of Rodolfson and Malan will be early on here. So very good contest that we have here. Junior Dala to continue to Rodolfson.
But what we've seen from both Rolofsen and Malan is the fact that they are not going to allow the Titans bowlers to get away with bad deliveries. It's been good fielding around. We saw it with that previous over, the ball to Andile Petlugwai was very straight from Khalim.
Yeah.
Powerfully flicked from Malan. We saw another half volley that was driven straight back to Khalim as well. So he shows that there is intent to score the runs if the balls are in the area to score. So Titans must be watchful.
It's hard on that outside half of the bat. You can hear when Junior Dala bowls and it hits the bat. He bowls a very heavy ball. You can feel the impact when he does bowl. But I think that is the thing about Gold Rush Boland is that
Fielders. That's where you remain for as long as possible. You force the hand, just like Junior Dala is doing, and all of a sudden the oohs and ahs will start testing you as we finish the over.
the fifth over with Boland on 5 for naught. It does look, if you look at the last ball there from Junior Dala and the way that Rolofsen played it, he's almost playing in front of his pad and across his pad a little bit. And that's where the danger of getting that outside edge will come from Junior Dala. We've seen a bit earlier on that there's a lot of movement or some movement going away. So he would want to keep that line and length that he's been bowling for long enough, because it does look like Rolofsen is itching to just get the bat on ball here.
Some of those risk factors as a batter when you're trying to get on top of the bowler who's currently on top of you. And as a naturally attacking and offensive player, you look to try and find ways to get that scoring. But what I do appreciate, even though he's coming across the pads, is that he's doing it with a straight face. So he's allowing as much surface off the bat to meet the ball. Because what would normally happen is that the players would close the face of the bat. That's where you'd get your leading edges into your covers, you'd miss the ball onto the pads. So at least there's some fundamentals that he's making sure to keep the ball away from the pads.
From Khalid. Yeah, I think that is the important thing, and we always speak about batters that you have to always try and get your basics right. And you're speaking about the basics of having a straight bat, and that is exactly what he's doing. You're coming across it, but with a straight, presenting almost a full face of the bat to the ball. So just ensuring that he can get as much of the ball as possible rather than getting an edge.
And it gives incentive for the Titans bowlers now to try and continue attacking those pads of Grant Rulofsen. Because when you take a...
Nicely hit there from Peter Malan. Just leaning back on that one. Down to that cover and come back for 3 here. First runs of the ball of Khalim.
See the fundamental differences here. Malan is so patient with his work and forcing the hand of Khalim to move away from his comforts and allows him to just be able to punch that ball away. Just looks like he's not troubled with much of what the Titans are giving to him. But we have to reiterate, just in case you missed it, that it was Boland who chose to bat first. It was them who said we can take this game on right at the beginning. So far, so good. No wicket loss.
Again, just outside that of them. Good shot from the bat of Rulofsen. Getting some width there, hitting it down to that vacant third man area for a 4.
Margins of error are next to non-existent. Just a little bit too short, just a little bit too wide. And you can see him just shifting his body weight away from the stump so that he can open up more room onto that slip cordon. It's very well guided and well played from Grant Rulofsen.
Hit firmly into the ground there. No danger whatsoever. Fuller this time, and Grant Rulofsen, as we spoke about, presenting the full face of the bat down past that mid-off for another boundary, back-to-back boundary from Rulofsen.
Dan Khalim compensates for his error of the previous delivery being too short and too wide. This time he goes a bit too full and too straight, and then he's punished in another way by Grant Rulofsen. It's a gorgeous shot. Just waits for it to play right under his eye, and like you said, Kagiso, playing it with that straight bat, beautifully placed for 4.
Just presenting a full face there, the basics that we're speaking about of cricket, full face of the bat. Come back there from Khalim to end the 6th over with the goldrush Boland on 16 for naught.
Little bit punishing that one for Dayan Khalim, just losing his way. But it's a good start here for Boland. The Titans are looking for that victory because a win will send them much closer to that number 1 position. Bloemfontein, there's interruption with start of play for the Lions. They've been unfortunate, the Lions, with 2 rain-affected games, seeing them draw the games twice. But they're still at the top.
Yeah.
And any of Boland, Titans, Western Province can still make it to the top.
Tala to continue to Malan. Nicely hit from Peter Malan. Once again, just leaning back on that one. Past that vacant cover area for yet another boundary. Flurry of boundaries in the last 4 balls. 3 boundaries from the bat of Boland.
Just don't want to lose your head here a little bit. They've been patient enough, and you look at the conditions, you look at the pitch, you look at the ball being brand new, and you feel like you need to have those wickets. You feel like they have to be there because everything is working in your favor.
Yeah.
can't feel like the the fact that it's not happening is forcing them to try different things. They've removed the slip fielder now to tighten up those covers. The bowlers are just missing their mark slowly here. After 3 overs, you would be hoping in a first-class game that the bowlers continue with that ferocity of being outside the stumps, being at the stumps, forcing the batters to play uncomfortably for at least their first spell on the first day in the first morning of the game.
The minute that went out of the slip to the mid-off, Sibonile Makhanya back into the team for the Momentum Multiplier Titans. Nice and straight from Junior Dala. Something that Peter Malan in the past has struggled a little bit with, bowling into his pads. Does find himself a lot just planting that front foot and giving the bowlers an opportunity to get an LBW. So he is somebody that definitely you want him to try play in front of his pad as much as possible. Not like that. That is with once again hit into the ground from the bat of Peter Malan. Going past that cover. Yet another boundary in the over. Second one of this over.
It was a real cracking sound from the bat of Peter Malan. Goes over Andile Phehlukwayo, who dove as much as he could. But it's what we're talking about. You're speaking about where he's been found wanting in the past. And 2 deliveries you've offered that with, and twice you've been hit for 4.
Just like that, what you speak about, that's that area there, around that off stump, fourth stump, that's the area there that a lot of times he gets found wanting. You understand that in 4-day cricket, more times than not, with the bowlers, they want to bowl on that about 50
of delivery. So when he has had
very good bowling here from Khalim. Just take a look at that again. Just fishing a touch there. That very good movement. Started on off stump a bit and just went away, tailed away there. Very good bowling from Khalim. Going a bit straighter this time. Going past the diving Koko Tlhabane down to that deep square leg for another boundary from the bat of Boland. They've been getting a lot of boundaries in the last few overs.
It's unfortunate again. Just compensating. The previous ball was absolutely beautiful on that off stump. Tries to go a little bit straighter, missing the length this time. And like we've been speaking over the course of this commentary, that the moment you put it in an area where it's hittable for Malan, like there, he's going to clip you away and hit. And reporting it, Mr. Ken Boland. He comes in right in time to introduce Mr. Janko Smit, who's making his 4-day debut.
Good morning, Pendula, and good morning, listeners. And yeah, exciting moment for Janko Smit, the University of Pretoria fast bowler.
Wide. Hello, welcome to first class cricket. Bowls are short and wide to Grant Rolofson and is punished away for 4.
I'm sure that's not Janko Smit's best delivery. Probably a bit nervous, feeling a bit tight on debut. But wow, what a flurry of boundary we've suddenly seen from the Boland side. The score was 5 without loss after 5 overs. But since then, that's like the last 6 scoring shows, all boundaries.
But also, it's just the Titans missing their areas for the amount of deliveries that they bowl well. They bowl one that is poor enough to be slaughtered away for 4. We've already seen one now with Janko Smit. You can forgive it, you can say it was a rusty delivery, but for the past 4 overs, like you've said, Ken, It's just been a pattern for the Titans now.
They started well. That's the strange thing, I guess.
Can't help but feel like every now and then you want to fish for a wicket, fish for a stroke. I mean, they have the players there for those shots. If you want to cut it away, are you confident enough to hit it over our cover and hit it over our point? And so far, there's been enough width and shortness for them to hit it over.
Yeah, there hasn't been too much risk involved in the strokes, to be honest.
And they just continue leaving. That's the thing with just bowling one wayward delivery at the start of your over. The batters are less incentivized to play at whatever else you bowl. You can just let him go and assess him, especially because he's brand new. Haven't seen much of him in the red ball game. Seems to have some good juice behind him as well here, Ken.
As you can see, he's a wiry character, quite tall, he's athletic, like a just lacking the word here, pendula, like a not a pendulum, a
Catapult.
catapult.
There we go.
Sort of action. There we go. I was just imitating the action here. Pendula and I would obviously be good at charades together.
That's the area that they need to be bowling. What's that short and wide stuff? Superb bowling from Janko Smith to close his over. It's already gone for 4 though. It's 33 for no loss.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery. It's a well-grassed looking pitch, this one, and with overcast weather, there's bound to be a bit of assistance, especially with the new ball for the Titans bowlers, and they just need to get more deliveries in that sort of area. We were a little bit surprised that Boland won the toss and elected to bat first. I imagine, as we'll just see the replay of this excellent delivery from Janko Smith to end his first over for the Titans. Yeah, moved nicely away that.
But you can only imagine.
I'll just finish that after this delivery from Diane Khalim. Looking at that pitch and how well grassed it is, it's probably a little bit soft as well, and with the overhead conditions, perhaps Boland fearing divots being formed, which then on day 4 can lead to very inconsistent bounce. Variable bounce is often a factor here at SuperSport Park that teams don't want to bat last.
And when you have spinners like Sean van Berg in your lineup, you have skillful bowlers such as Clinton Stearman, you kind of back the team to use those drier, much more turbulent conditions from the 4th innings to make maximum use of the skills that they have. Because look, past 4 games, Boland have not been losing their games. It's just that they haven't been winning. They haven't been converting those draws. But they haven't been losing their games. And like we spoke just before we started on air, whenever they win the toss, they choose to bat first.
It is quite a hard place to get results, Paul, playing all their home games there. It's a different story in one-day cricket where batting sides have to force the pace a bit, and teams have struggled in Paul in white ball cricket, but in 4-day cricket generally it's quite a good batting deck. Difficult to get people out because it's low and slow, so that might account for a few of the draws.
Driven away from Peter Malan. It's a long boundary off to the offside, but there's no protection in the deep. 4 runs as it passes the man at the gully.
Yeah, Rivaldo Moonsamy, a sprawling dive, which hopefully you'll see at the back end of this. Got past it. Moonsamy has been keeping wicket for the Titans recently, but not in this match, or not so far. Luando Pretorius has got the gloves, and we think it's because Moonsamy has been slated to open the batting with Neil Blunt. Braden Hicks opened in the previous game on debut, had the great misfortune of being dismissed first ball.
Apart from that, you kind of feel bad as well, because it was Hartis Viljoen when Hartis Viljoen was bowling at his absolute best. Ended up taking 5 wickets. Most of the damage of his figures were on that exceptional partnership between Dewald Brevis and was it... Please remind me again, who did Dewald Brevis with? Keegan Peterson. Yes, it was that super partnership between Peterson and Brevis where those figures got torched. But he absolutely was bowling like a hond.
Yeah, the veteran was superb on loan, we think. But he started with, from memory, it was an off-stump Yorker. But poor old Braden Hicks on debut. What can you do? It was a hell of a delivery to get from someone who showed in the SA20 that he's still very sharp.
And very first delivery as well. Absolute brutal. But we've seen 10 overs here. Time is 11-11. But the score is 37 for no loss for Goldrush Boland. Can Janko Smith start his second over better than he did his first? They've employed only 2 slips and a gully. And it seems like he's found something here, Janko Smith. It's exactly in the same area where he bowled that previous ball to end his last over.
We've seen a couple of edges now drop well short of the slips cord, and with all this grass as well, it will make the pitch a bit slow. It looks a little bit like your sort of English style slow seamer today. I think Lenton Stearman will look at this pitch and quite look forward to bowling on it. He'll get it to move around off the seam, I'm sure.
The fact that Titans as well still have the services of Andile Petluwayo. These are the areas and the surfaces where he'd shine, just like he's shining the ball right now. He's had a good time coming up to Titans, much better than his last season performances at the Dolphins. Just want to continue with that performance, Petluwayo. So it will be good for those skillful seam-hitting bowlers. And Smith is getting it to work here now, Ken.
Yeah, he seems to have settled on a good length, first of all, and a good line, much closer to off-stump than where he started. This is a tricky ball for the batsman, Grant Rudolphson. Does he leave? Does he play? It's a well-judged leave in the end, but a little bit tight.
What's tricky now is that the ball that edged and the ball that beat him last over were away swingers. They moved away from Rudolphson, and that one just jagged back in. So now he'll find himself playing at more deliveries than surely he would have wanted, but handles that one pretty well, driven to cover.
Almost a defensive push, but just with a little dollop of aggression at the end of it. A very positive defensive stroke, if you like, by Grant Rudolphson, but it's not surprising that he's positive. He's averaging 73 in the 4-day season at the moment, so he's enjoying a great time against the red ball.
And he shows that form. What a beautiful stroke from Grant Rudolphson. He splits backward point and cover, and it goes into the covers for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot, high elbow, and again, just adding to the boundary count. I think it's 8. The last 8 scoring shots, all boundaries now.
And again, Ken, it's just that thing where you're going to bowl a very good over, and then one ball in that over diminishes all of the hard work that you've put in. So 2 boundaries in 2 overs for Smith now. And then you kind of forget that he bowls like that because those don't show in the statistics. But goes for 4 runs. It's the end of over number 11. 41 for no loss. KG spoke about it just before he left the stint, that the partnership between Peter Malan and Grant Roelofsen has been paying some very good dividends for Goldrush Boland.
Peter Malan, of course, a very experienced former Protea batsman. But Grant Roelofsen he's no rookie anymore. He's been around for several years and definitely one of the country's more talented youngsters.
It was a shout between him and Ryan Rickleton at some point in time for the Lions. That's how talented he is. But Dan Khalim overstepping. We saw this as a problem over the past couple of fixtures as well for the Titans and Dan Khalim in particular.
He got a crucial wicket the other day off a no ball. Well, he would have had a crucial wicket if it hadn't have been a no ball. He didn't play last week, so it was the match before.
And we were with Werner Erasmus that day. And he kept on talking about it. I think it was 3 no balls in that finally the no ball was caught in the air and it was consequently not given out. And so this is one thing that he really wants to remove from his game, these overstepping. I don't know, Ken. Is half a foot literally worth the advantage?
No, I'd say not. I mean, Khalim's of no great pace anyway, so the ball getting half a foot there quicker. You get a wicket on a no ball, you feel like dying. It's the worst feeling ever, and I mean, you really let your team down, haven't you? So definitely not worth it, and it goes back to, I believe, how you practice, how you train. Are you bowling no balls in the nets?
Pulled away, but there is a dip backward square for Peter Malan. Actually, it's funny because now they're playing Boland, and I remember in the One Day Cup watching a couple of highlights of Clinton Sturman when he got those 6 wickets. He was literally delivering the ball with his toe on the line. His whole foot was behind, and it's as if he was marking it that even a part of my toe is over the line. I'm marking myself no ball. And he got 6 wickets for 18 runs in 10 overs.
Yeah, attention to detail.
And with the ball misbehaving the way it is, up and down, you really want to take that into your advantage and legalize everything that you do. But ever since that no ball seems to have recovered pretty well, bowling to his field.
I don't think the ball's misbehaving. I think it's fairly standard. First morning of a 4-day game, the new ball, and it's overcast. So yeah, I think 43 without loss. The Titans will be disappointed.
Ooh, when they get it right, every now and then, the surface shows that it's something for the bowlers. Very good ball from Khalim.
Shows you what's possible on this pitch. And the Titans will want to have this happen more often than not. And then you'll start getting the edges.
Looks so good when he pitches it onto that off stump. and on that length, because it's not the first time we've seen him beat the bat in that fashion, Dayan Khalim. But every time after he bowls a Jaffa, he bowls one wayward for a boundary. This time, he's getting into his rhythm. 12 overs gone for Goldrush Boland. They're going at over 3.5 runs to the over on 43 for no loss. It really is happy days. Their captain has just peaked at the right time for Goldrush Boland. Clyde Fontaine is playing some really good cricket at number 5. Gavin Kaplan, after his move from Western Province, has seemed to adjust it pretty well at Boland. And over the past couple of seasons, Mgijima, who will be coming in at number 4, has been quite impressive with the bat.
They have done well with the bat, certainly. And it's a strong top 3. Kojima, very experienced, and good to see him making runs more consistently since he's moved to par. And as you say, Clyde Fontaine, considered one of the most talented under-19 cricketers when he came through the system, and started to show that with the bat. He's always been a very tidy wicketkeeper, of course, but averaging 48 this season, which is excellent.
2 seasons ago, when South Africa A played against India A and West Indies A in that one season, the season prior, Clyde Fontaine averaged 56. And that prompted his selection into those South African A sides. But his selection came in a season where his form dipped and went back into the 30s. And so now this season, he's bringing it back up. And it's just what we've always wished. We've wished players could be able to keep that level of performance for as consistently long as possible.
And there's a lot of competition in terms of wicketkeeper batsmen. We just think of the Proteas, where at that stage there was Klaasen, Verreynne, Rickleton, Kashile from the Warriors is very handy. We've now added Lando Pretorius to the mix this season. Who am I missing out? There's bound to be...
Rivaldo Munsami was player of the season for the Titans last year.
Yeah, he's played SAA. Grant Rulofsson can keep.
Tsepang Ditole.
Done well this season, yeah.
Jeez, it's a lot of competition. It really is a lot of competition, considering the fact that at one point we had all of Klaasen, Rickleton and Verreynne playing at one point in time.
It's a tough gig to get in the Proteas side. Heinrich Klaasen has made it a little bit easier by retiring from red ball cricket.
Man, all of those are thankful for Quinton de Kock leaving the game.
Yeah, I think, certainly that season you mentioned, de Kock would still have been involved with the Proteas.
Okay. He's tall, he's lanky, and he whips that wrist very hard, Janko Smith, and gets reward every now and then.
Very good carry there, and you can see wicketkeeper Lando Pretorius shaking his hand. That one came through all right.
Goodness me. Good take from Pretorius. But I like what I'm seeing now with Janko Smith. He's starting to get into his work. He's looking smoother, more confident. Whew, and those rails are starting to pick up now. He bowls well to finish over number 13. The score is 43 for no loss as we reach our first drinks break. We apologize for the broadcast not having graphics. Our technicians are hard at work making sure to bring you everything that you need so you can be up to date. But right now, it is 43 for no loss, and it's been a good start here again.
Well, certainly for Boland winning the toss and batting first, they probably had a little bit of trepidation about that decision, given the overhead conditions that you can see there, and the fact that there's a fair amount of grass on this pitch. But Malan and Rudolfsson took their time up front. There were just 5 runs in the first 5 overs, but since then they've really capitalised on a few too many loose deliveries from the Titans, and have gone along very well indeed to 43 without loss. I don't think Boland could have asked for much more in the first hour.
Let's hope that they can continue playing the game that they have been, because how often is it that after drinks the players just lose a bit of their rhythm? But we'll come back after a couple of minutes as we too here at the country have a little bit of a sip.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park, where Niseko Kokohlabana is joining the attack from the Henop River end, and Kagiso Masubulele joining me. Good start by Kokohlabana. He made his debut last week, and I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah, definitely had a very good start to his professional career, Kokohlabana. One with also a very interesting story. Was actually picked up from the Nets, bowling in the SA20 to the Joburg Super Kings and the Pal Royals. Of course, the coach of the Titans was with Pal Royals, so saw him there, and been a very interesting find, you would say. He's played a lot of last man standing cricket.
Cut away powerfully by Grant Rudolfsson. That was too short and too wide, and another boundary for Rudolfsson.
Yeah, a bit of a loosey there from Kokohlabana. Just again, too wide. No protection on the boundary, of course, in a 4-day cricket, so that is definitely not where you want to be bowling early on here. Must say Boland have done very well. We would have expected, with the way the conditions were, that they might find themselves in a bit of trouble early on, but they've weathered the early storm here from the Titans. Measure of how good you're batting in 4-day cricket is normally if you don't lose a lot of wickets. That's the name of the game, getting wickets in 4-day cricket.
Again, even wider and even shorter probably from Kokohlabana, and slapped over the covers, and the two batters, you see, shaking hands because it's their 50 partnership.
Yeah, very good batting here, pouncing on loose deliveries here. Rudolfsson not letting Kokohlabana settle in here. Start off well with the first ball, but the next two have just been short and wide. Easy to hit from Rudolfsson. Looking to come back again here. show the signs that he did last week in the game against the Dragons.
He got better and better in that game, which you'd expect. Yeah, good comeback. And in particular, Coco Klabana, once he got that first wicket, he really seemed to blossom, and we saw just how sharp he can be. Definite bit of pace. Just that story you were telling about the JSK Nets. I heard it was Albie Morcourt, of course, the bowling coach for the Titans and for JSK, who spotted him. Apparently the Lions not too happy that their Johannesburg boy was lured across the Yuxco. He wasn't under contract of any sort.
It's the old saying that you don't know what you have until you lose it, isn't it? There's been quite a few that have come. I mean, you speak about Luandre Pretorius also played his school cricket coming up from there, so not the first one to make a move across. You remember Tony Dizozi back in the days. Junior Dala also comes from having played for UJ, so although to be fair, they've also had Aaron Pangiso, Chris Morris, so they've had a few bit of a battering deal between the two teams, yeah? Never happy when your nemesis gets one of your good ones.
Nicely punched off the back foot by Rudolfsson, but picks out is that
Moonsamy, yes.
Moonsamy in the covers. End of Coco Klabana's first over, and it's 51 without loss.
Very not the greatest of start from Coco Klabane, but does look like after getting hit for those 2-4s, corrected a little bit. Excited also to see the young Ianco Smith. I think he is one of those that also played his primary school cricket or so in Lions and now came up this side. Plays for Tuks in the Titans Premier League. So definitely a good prospect of a bowler.
Getting the stumps a bit more there. Ianco Smith, and half a bat to it really by Peter Malan.
We did say that it's not a bad idea to bowl a bit straighter, targeting the stumps and the pads to Peter Malan early on. He is somebody that more often than not looks to plant that front foot and almost plays around it, so it's definitely something there.
That one moved away quite nicely by Ianco Smith. As we've been saying, there is a good covering of grass on this pitch, KG, and perhaps we would have expected a little bit more movement, but I think the Titans just haven't got enough balls in the right areas.
Yeah, it's about that, the grouping of balls consistently for a long periods of time. You've got to understand that this is a game that the batters will be very, very patient about, but you need to be equally as patient and group the balls in the same area with a plan to get a wicket.
That one came back, and Smith and a couple of other Titans fielders certainly felt it was quite close to off stump.
Yeah, it did look like a touch that it's one of those that you left it, but after it passes, you ask yourself if it was the best choice, but if it doesn't hit the timber, I suppose it is the best choice to do.
Yeah, good leave by Peter Malan, like he's done several times today. Oh, looking for a quick single, but Junior Dala's not the right man to take a quick single to, I suspect. Very athletic in the field.
Yeah, he's very athletic, a very strong arm also. Peter Malan also is very interesting, and I'll just tell a story about that.
Oh, that one jagged away a long way from Janku Smith. A little bit short though, so it went well past the outside edge, but an encouraging end to the over for Smith and the Titans.
Yeah, definitely very good bowling from Janko Smith. He'll be very happy with the way that he has started. Saying about Peter Malan, when he used to play for TUT up here before he made his move down, that he was one of those players that was a very attacking batsman. And I remember there's a time where he scored a 200 or so, chasing 400 and something against CBC back in the days in the T20 cricket. But you see him play now in 4-day cricket, it's almost like a contrast, because it's not as flatty as he used to be back then. He used to play a lot of sweets. He used to really, really hit the ball. But now he's grown to have so many patience.
Coco Shabana continues to Rudolphson. Good ball and very nicely played by Rudolphson. A lot that a cricket purist would be happy about there. Yeah, Peter Malan, I mean, he played for a few years for the northern side, the semi-pro side, and without too much success, had a couple of games for the Titans, the senior side. But I guess he learnt, and tightening up on his technique, and led to him becoming a Proteas player when he moved down to the Cape. Get a start to the over by Coco Shabana.
Yeah, definitely looks to have adjusted a bit tighter now. The previous over, those 2-4s were just a touch too wide to Roloffson. But he has adjusted his lines here. Probably more on that 4th stump area. Not too much room width given to the batter.
Very wide, but not wide enough for umpire Warren Weinhardt to stretch the arms. A former Western Province and Cobra's batsman, Warren Weinhardt. Good to see another first-class player in the umpiring ranks.
They will tell you that I've got the experience of playing, so they'll probably be better at umpiring the game.
Dennis Smith is the other umpire. At the other end of the spectrum, he's been umpiring for many years. Dennis Smith, former wicketkeeper batsman, most notably with Easterns. He was part of that Eastern side that actually won the 4-day competition way back in the day. Oh, that jagged back in and kept a little bit lower than Grant Rudolphson was expecting. Just got it off the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise delivery there to Rudolphson. Didn't come up. It's the same area that he's been bowling at, but this one just kept a bit touch lower, and that's what we're speaking about in terms of the grouping of balls in the same area for long periods of time, especially on a wicket that we've seen early on here, that there's a bit of variable bounce here. It goes up, sometimes goes a bit lower, but you have to constantly hit that same area to get something out of it.
Fallen on the legs and gently turned away through square leg for 1 by Rudolphson. You see on the pitch here as you look down it, there are different vertical stripes, if you like. So there's the scoreboard, 52 without loss, Malan on 21, Rudolphson on 30 not out. That's after the goldrush Boland side won the toss and elected to bat first. But those different colours on the pitch indicate different coverings of grass. Green, the more alive grass. The brown stripes, less grass. More dead grass. Not really grammatically correct, but it stands to reason that depending on where the ball bounces, the bounce is going to be a bit different. Handsome drive by Rudolphson, but straight to mid-off.
Yeah, I think then it is that type of a pitch that you would say that it's got a little bit of everything for everyone, where the bowlers, if they hit those green straps that we're speaking about, might get a bit more out of it. And if not, the batters might feel a bit more comfortable when it hits the drier patches.
Fuller from Smith, and very nicely put away through mid-on by Grant Rudolphson. Lovely stroke.
A very good hit here from Rudolphson. Just allowing the ball to come to him. Basics that we spoke about, hitting under the eye level, straight down the ground. Showing the maker's name on that bat there, Rudolphson. I say he's been looking very confident the way that he's gone about the innings. Already on to 34 runs.
And 8 fours in that 34. Oh, a bit of an involuntary sparring at that delivery as it jagged away. He did well to get it to ground on the bounce to Brevis diving at Gully, but that was a little bit of a dicey moment for Grant Rudolphson.
And that's that area of uncertainty there. Rudolphson staying quite leg-sided of the ball there. Nearly got himself in a spot of bother there.
Janko Smith has settled down really nicely, I think, into the spell on debut. You can certainly see why he's been picked by the Titans. Looks very handy, the Tucks fast bowler.
Yeah, definitely. Just looks like it's come and fit in, replacing another Tucks player, Merrick Brett, that was playing the previous game. Bit of banter that will happen at the club after this.
Kept a little bit low, that. I suspect Heinroth and Solly Barnard, the sort of head honchos at Tucks Cricket, are noting down another Tucks player making their Titans debut, and no doubt they'll be mentioning it next time they're in the President's Lounge here.
Yeah, definitely. Two men that have been on the helm for a very long time.
I don't think it's exaggerating to say that Tucks Cricket is the major pipeline, though, for Titans cricket. So many players have come through that system, as we see the situation at the end of the 17th over, 56 without loss.
Yeah, definitely. I think everybody knows how important Tucks is to the structures of Titans. They do have two teams also playing in the Premier League. So constantly bring about the players from outside. And even Braden Hicks, that made his debut last week, he is playing for Irony Villagers at the moment, but he was also a former Tucks boy. And
down leg, wasted delivery by Coco Tlabana.
A bit of an update elsewhere in a very interesting game also between the Dufferbed Warriors and Hollywood Dolphins. Dolphins obviously chasing the Titans for that second spot. The Warriors batting first, currently on 55 for 4 after 20.3 overs, so good start for the Dolphins.
Nicely punched through point by Peter Malan, takes him to 22.
So Luandre Pretorius, we can call him a true all-rounder. He obviously bats. He bowled last week, some handy off spins. He bowled last week for the Titans. Today he's keeping, so that is an all-rounder, does every aspect of the game.
I suspect he bowled last week because it was his birthday. But then he surprised everyone by bowling a really good over. He is just a fantastic all-round package, though, isn't he? He can bat white ball. He's shown already with a couple of hundreds in his first red ball season that he can play long form. He can keep wicket. He can bowl a bit if you need him. I suspect this will probably be the last IPL that he's not involved in.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if halfway also somebody picks him up. Of course, he has signed for the T20 Blast together with Deval Brevis, playing for the same team, the T20 Blast.
Given how those two fared in the One Day Cup, it's going to be explosive.
Yeah.
And B, I'm sure they will have a blast.
Yeah.
Together, the two young men.
Yeah, because they've had a good season. They both had a very good SA20, had very good One Day Cup. They've also been batting well in the 4-day cricket, so they're really in the time where runs are coming off for them, for both of them. Back to the action here at SuperSport Park with Kokotlabani continuing for the Henops River end.
Three fielders on the leg side for Kokotlabana. It's the only one in the ring at Junior Dala at mid-on. Is a deep mid-wicket and fine leg, both on the boundary. Also protection at deep point. We've seen Kokotlabana bowl a few short and wide. He's been cut for 4, so you can kind of understand him having some protection there. Into the block hole, well dug out by Grant Rudolfsson. The bowler couldn't stop, and Rudolfsson gets another boundary.
A very good batting from Rudolfsson to end the 18th over. So you just take a look at that again. Into the block hole, but hit into the ground. He won't be happy with himself. And that also brings up 3,500 first-class runs for Grant Rudolfsson. One of the guys that a season or so ago was on the fringes of the Proteas, having played for the Dolphins before going to Boland.
Junior Dala is back after his opening burst of 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. He was pretty good up front. And he'll be very keen to try and make the breakthrough for the Titans on this overcast morning. 18 overs in and still a 0 in the wickets column. Appealing for caught behind, but without too much.
Joining after a few shots there from behind, so definitely. Was there another opportunity, something that you don't expect a lot in 4-day cricket, to be going out the run out?
That would have been an awful waste of a wicket after such a good start. Not too long before lunch, 20 minutes before lunch. Nicely worked by Malan for the single. 2 in the over, 68 without loss after 19.
I think we're getting to that time where the batters, 18 minutes to go before lunch, where the batters, no doubt at the top of their head is to make sure that they don't lose a wicket going into that break. It's the last thing that we want to do after building such a wonderful platform from them. Steady batting, going at 3.6 to the over. So they definitely want to make sure that they come back to continue after the lunch break.
Looks like Andile Patlaquaya is going to have a go from the hen observer in. Makes sense. Titans really need a wicket here. Coco Tlhabana having a break after a couple of overs.
Yeah, I think Andile Patlaquaya, experienced Andile Patlaquaya coming into the attack.
Floated up a bit by Patlaquaya and full. Lucky that Malan just drove it straight to mid-off.
I think also the way the field is set up just shows how well Boland have batted. I don't think the Titans in the first session, they would have been looking to get 3 players on the boundary. Would have still liked to be a bit more attacking, but because of the good batsmanship that we've seen from Boland, they've had to
worked away through point by Malan to that deep point for 1.
Just looking at the Titans team, and I think only 2 bowlers probably have been bowled this season, Keegan Peterson and Munsami. Everybody else has had a ball this season.
Again, very nicely punched and a lot of work to do for deep point. He tries his utmost but could only deflect it back over the boundary rope. So 4 to Grant Rudolphson takes him into the 40s despite the valiant effort by deep point.
Yeah, very good batting there from Rudolphson. Quickly approaching that half century.
Coco Tlhabana throwing himself, or was it Sibs Makanya?
Looks like it's Coco Tlhabana. Sibs Makanya at mid-off.
A little bit uppish to Neil Brunt at mid-on, just falling over a fraction there. Grant Rudolphson.
Yeah, almost creating an opportunity there. Something that you don't want to do this close to the break. Just looks like there've been one too many loose deliveries from the Titans. They haven't been very consistent in where they're bowling.
That's better by Patlaquaya. I agree with you, KG. I don't think it's a 73 without lost pitch. Plus it's overcast. I think the Titans will be pretty disappointed with how they've gone on this first morning. What is a very important game for them, of course, in terms of the competition. It's the final round of round-robin fixtures. And the Titans second at the moment, but they're only a little less than 3 points ahead of the third place Dolphins. Western Province another 3 odd points behind that, and Boland themselves are less than 9 points behind the Titans. So there are a lot of teams vying for a place in next week's final, as we see 20 overs gone, 73 without loss.
I think definitely, if you're just looking at the way the log is sitting and how the games are going, the Dolphins have had a very good start against the Warriors. They've already picked up 4 wickets. You know how important it is to pick up those wickets in the first 100 overs of the first innings. Titans haven't done that so far.
If this last round is going to be affected by the weather, as we certainly expect, it could well be here, and in Bloemfontein, I don't even think they've got onto the park yet in that game, then the bonus points are going to be crucial for batting and bowling. So the Dolphins already 1 bonus point for bowling down at St George's Park.
And that is the beauty of 4-day cricket, that there's so much out at first 100 overs, basically saying to the batting team that if you want to get points, you need to try to be a little bit attacking to get as many points as you possibly can. The bowling team also can't just sit back, they need to pick up the wickets. So that is the beauty of the game.
Well, when you've got a log like we have at the moment, where from the team that's second in the log to the team that is 5th on the log, there's a gap of less than 9 points. That just shows you how crucial the bonus points will be in the end. This has been a good over from Junior Dala so far. I like that line. That's a good line there. Just getting Peter Malan to play a little bit outside off stump. He kind of feels he has to, I think, because we've seen some balls come back quite sharply. You can see a little bit of grass outside his off stump.
If we are being overly critical, I think the Titans missed the trick a little bit early on in their bowling, where the first 5 overs looked like it was very good, especially from the side of Dian Khalim, but since then it just looks like they've just been a little bit all over, where there's moments that you say that that's a very good ball, but then you don't say that often enough, and that's what they would have looked to do. The 2 batters are currently very comfortable with the way they're going about things.
Hooked away by Peter Malan will just be a single to end the 21st over, 74 without loss. And yes, Kaji, if you think about, I mean, I doubt there are any stats on this, but how many deliveries it takes beating the bat before you find the edge. It's unlikely that the first time you beat the bat you're going to necessarily get an edge. So you've got to keep bowling those balls in the right areas, keep beating the bat until eventually you do find the edge. And the Titans just haven't asked enough questions this morning.
And particularly what we spoke about in terms of the first innings, the first 100 overs, the batters are looking to score runs. So if you constantly put it in that area where they have to fetch it type of a thing, and you find yourself trying to get them to play more often than what they would like to play, in search of getting the runs, and that's exactly where you'll be getting your wickets from. So talk about that fourth stump area for long periods of time, but we've seen beat the bat once or twice and stray a bit straight, allow the batters to just fend off or to hit it past that square leg or ball a bit too wide.
I wonder if looking overhead and the heavy cloud and looking down and seeing grass on the pitch, I wonder if the Titans maybe have gone searching a bit too much, maybe searching for wickets a bit.
That could be also sometimes where you almost feel like you've got enough assistance, so you're just going to look for a lot rather than just being consistent where you're trying to bowl.
We definitely, however, need to give credit to the two opening batters, Peter Malan and Grant Rudolphson, two very accomplished batsmen, and they've shown very good judgment. Rudolphson, in particular, has been very positive and very good at putting away anything remotely loose. Peter Malan has left very well, and he's going along nicely as well on 30, as you see there. Rides the inducker from Pechlaquire down to fine leg for a single. Playing around that front pad a little bit, hence the excitement from the Titans.
And that's something that we spoke about a bit earlier, that he is somebody that plays around that front pad quite a lot. So you have to be quite consistent in trying to put the ball in the area that forces him to play that foul shot. But yeah, a lot of credit, I think, to the batting team, the way that they've gone about things. There were moments where it looked like it was not easy for them to bat, but they've gone through that. Just left alone, I think, Rudolphson, no doubt that there will be 2 eyes on the time, 6 minutes to go before that lunch break. Sort of like don't want to be walking off and not coming back after lunch.
Having worked so hard and so well for the 2 hours so far, well, it's less, we started a bit late. For the hour and a half we've had so far this morning. Some early morning showers in Centurion delayed play. But we've had 22 overs now, and Goldrush Boland off to a great start. 75 without loss.
You just hear that it almost look like the Titans, if you're just looking at them at the moment, that might just be going through the emotions a little bit. Not as much energy as you would like from them. But you hear in the previous over from Andile Pechlaquire, there was a constant scream of, it's probably just to try and get a bit of energy into the team.
I think maybe they don't want to get overexcited. Junior Dala with the bouncer and called a wide by umpire Dennis Smith. You could see the tennis ball bounce way over Peter Malan's head, and the pitch with this grass covering is bound to be a bit slow today in the initial stages. I say overexcited because maybe when they came into bowl, I mentioned it in the previous over, seeing the overhead overcast skies and grass on the pitch, maybe just got a little bit carried away. That's well bowled, and Malan beaten outside the off stump, reaching for it a bit.
Very well bowled there from Junior Dala. That is the sort of length and line that he's been bowling. These last 3 games, he's really been bowling well. It feels today that he needs to get a wicket to just pump him up a little bit more.
That one was a little bit short when past the outside edge. Again, Malan taking on mid-wicket Neil Brunt. But it's a well-judged run.
And that is exactly in 4-day cricket sometimes where there isn't too many quick singles that are taken. But if you see a team a little bit flat, that's what you can do. Drop the ball into that mid-wicket and just go through for a quick single. Just to wake them up a little bit.
That got a bit big on Grant Rudolphson, but there's no one anywhere near to catching it. Has to come off a bit of bat or glove, as there's no signal from the umpire.
And that is something that happens a lot when the batting team is batting well, that there are less catchers around because they force a bit of defense from the bowling team.
Edged, and has wicketkeeper Pretorius scraped that up? I don't think he has. Again, not carrying. Junior Dollar finding that good channel just outside the off stump
around
to Peter Malan and finds the
they
edge.
force
Here's the
a bit
replay.
of defense from the bowling team. Edged and has
It's
wicketkeeper
about the
Pretorius.
fourth time that the ball keeps quite low on that side. Did speak of a bit about how it does look like it's keeping low bowling from this side. And unlucky there from Junior Dala.
Oh, that one kept low. Appeals for LBW from behind the wicket. I think more in jest than anything else. But Peter Malan ducking there, and that ball just did not get up.
Yeah, I think a lot of will be looking at the time, trying to get to that lunch area, not to get himself in a lot of trouble here, Peter Malan. Just looking to let one go, but this is what we spoke about at this area, that if there can be balls in that similar area consistently, as we can see, there's variable bounce. Earlier in the over, one shot up, now it kept low.
Down to fine leg is work for fine leg because he was quite square. But good piece of fielding, Kokosabana. And that is going to be the lunch break. 2 runs to end the session. A session dominated by Goldrush Boland, Grant Rudolphson on 44 and Peter Malan on 34 have taken Boland to 80 without loss.
Yeah, very good batting here from Goldrush Boland. We would have, rather when the game started, we thought that there's a lot in here for the bowlers, but the batters haven't given anything away. As we just take a look at the current match situation, Grant Rudolphson currently on 44 from 62, scoring at a very good rate also. And then Peter Malan on the other side, 34 from 77. But must say with the Titans, something that also maybe is good is the discipline in bowling. Only 2 extras so far.
Well, discipline in terms of extras, but probably not so much in terms of where they've bowled. Just look at the run rates there at the last figure in those columns. Dan Khalim 3.6, Junior Dala 3.7, Leseko Kokosabana 4.6, and Dilepek Lekwa's bowled a couple of overs for just 3 and over. Janko Smith, probably the most consistent of the bowlers, 5 overs for 12 runs. But we've had a lot of boundaries this morning as well, 15 boundaries in 23 overs. So all of that paints a picture for the Titans. They will go back into their change room now and no doubt have some frank discussions about the bowling. Rudolphson and Malan, they will enjoy some well-earned lunch because they've done a great job in this morning session. 80 without loss. Do join us in 35 minutes or so.
Well, we come back after a session where the bat did a lot of the talking. And though the ball tried, just a couple of boundaries too much to the hands of the goldrush Boland batters, and both Peter Malan on 34 and Grant Rolofsson on 44 have taken full advantage of the loose deliveries that come every now and then from the Momentum Titans bowlers. Welcome back to Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel on this very important final round, the CSA of the CSA 4-day series. We are here at SuperSport Park in Centurion for this goldrush Boland and Momentum Multiply Titans match. And KG, we've been watching an up and down contest, and all of a sudden the choice to bat first for Boland is looking not too bad at all.
Yeah, definitely. I think when we looked at the overhead conditions initially when the match started and the way the pitch was looking, you would say that the bowling team would have been licking its lips to get some wickets early on, but that wasn't to be. The way that Grant Rolofsson and Peter Malan have batted so well to ensure that those conditions don't help a lot.
And so Grant Rolofsson will start us off against Janko Smith. I like this change. Janko Smith has switched ends, and we spoke about it just after lunch was called, KG. He should come down from the Henops River end where there's just that extra bounce and movement.
Yeah, definitely. We spoke about how interesting it would be to see him coming from that end, particularly the way that Dian Khalim started earlier on. And you saw a bowler of the stature of Janko Smith looking at how tall he is and stuff, that he could really extract a lot out of this pitch, and it's good to see him coming from the Henops River end.
Backs up with his very good first ball, with another one that is just as good, and he's been quite impressive. 12 runs from just 3 deliveries, because all of the runs he's conceded have just been loose boundaries where the batters were able to capitalize. But then that means all the other 29 deliveries he's bowled so far have been keeping the batters quiet.
Yeah, definitely. If you were to pick one bowler that bowled very, very well in the first half or before the lunch, would be Janko Smith, going just about 2.4 to the over. So the young tax biochemistry student doing well here on his debut.
You know, I think that you and Kay and Ken were speaking about prior to us going into the breaks were the amount of boundaries that Goldrush Boland have scored. And if we really deep dive into the mathematics, 15 fours, 15 of them. This is equal to 60 runs coming purely from boundaries. So that's 3/4 of the runs. 75% of the runs coming from boundaries. And here's the top edge, deep square leg, might get a chance here. And Dian Khalim gets the breakthrough. The change of ends for Janko Smith works, and just after lunch, we have the first wicket.
Yeah, very good ball in there from Janko Smith. Maybe not the way that we would have predicted that he'll get his wicket, but one nice and short.
75% of the runs coming from
just had a look at it. Shot out the leg there from Janko Smith.
Deep square leg.
Protection on the boundary, and that's the first wicket down. A much needed wicket for the Momentum Multiply Titans. Coming after the lunch break, immediately in the first over, getting a wicket. They'll be feeling very good about themselves.
It's really good work from Janko Smith here. He hit the deck hard. He hit the deck really hard with that one. And the eyes of Grant Rolofsson lit up. Where in the previous innings, where in the previous session, they were leaving the ball. Goes on to the charge. And the man in the deep for the short boundary works.
From boundaries.
Yeah, so just take a look at it. Hit hard
And
into the ground.
deep
First
square
wicket for
leg,
Janko
might
Smith.
get a chance
In
here.
his professional
And
career,
Dian
easy
Khalim-
catch there from Dian Khalim, coming from the square leg boundary. That's exactly the way that you want to go about things. After coming back from the lunch break, you want to get a wicket after a threatening partnership, you would say, between Rolofsson and Malan, getting that 80 before the lunch break, and coming back not able to add anything onto that total. Instead, it's the Titans that get a wicket, a much-needed wicket for the Titans. Spoke about the importance of these games, is this round of games in particular. The Dolphins have already picked up 4 wickets in their match against the Warriors, so they've already got that 1 bonus point. And the Titans know that the Dolphins are hot on their heels. Now they're going to start off and get more wickets here in this first 100 overs, very first important 100 overs of the innings.
That top 2 position is so important to qualify for the final that will start next week, Wednesday. Dolphins, 3 points behind the Titans, and so now you make that 2 points behind with that bonus point that they've just gotten. So it's a lot to play for. Kevin Kaplan, the new batter coming in. And the animated faces and voices of the Titans are loud after that first wicket from Janko Smith.
That is exactly what a wicket does, isn't it? Just give you that extra oomph that you need, particularly after the lunch break. You could so easily just go with the emotions, but the Titans have come out, 4th ball after the lunch break, picking up a very big wicket of Rodolfsson on 44.
Oh, got him! Stunner of a delivery from Janko Smith. What was in his lunch? Because it's working wonders, and he gets wicket number 2 for the Titans.
Yeah, very good bowling from the young Janko Smith on debut here. First over after lunch, getting the 2 wickets, a bowler's dream, top of off. That is exactly what you practice to get. And just look at that again from Janko Smith. Staying in, that is a beauty of a delivery from Janko Smith. Having a good debut here, the young man.
What an over to bring us back from the lunch interval. No run conceded, 2 wickets in the bag after a staunch and fighting partnership for the first session between these opening batters in Peter Malan and Rodolfsson. Janko Smith has different ideas.
Very good bowling. The top of off. That is what you always practice, isn't it? They say look to hit the top of off, and that's exactly what he has done in his debut match here.
And it's not just any batter. Kevin Kaplan has been having a decent season for goldrush Boland, and it didn't last that long. Ball nipping back in, going in between his bat and his pad, crunching off stump. That brings on the wealth experience of Aviwe Mgijima. We have over 300 first-class games on the crease between these two. Peter on his 200th. Aviwe Mgijima coming in for his 103rd.
Yeah, there's 2 batters that you want to have at the wicket after losing 2 wickets, it must be these 2. Because of the experience that they have, they would know that they need to weather the storm a little bit here.
I think they've gotten their plans right now, the Titans. Dayan Khalim is coming from an end. It's coming from an end, which also has some movement. But what we saw in that first session, KG, was the ball not carrying to the slip cordon and to the wicketkeeper as well. On 3 different occasions, it happened too. And so with Khalim coming on this end where it's a little bit slow and a little bit lower on its bounce, I wouldn't mind seeing the slip fielders and the wicketkeeper coming a little bit closer.
Yeah, I think definitely the one thing that you would hate is for the ball to bounce just in front of you. So when I give yourself maximum chance to take a catch.
And it's very strange. This is the variable bounce we're talking about. We saw some balls keep low right at the end when Junior Dala was bowling to Peter Malan. When he changed and went to that short ball strategy, some of the deliveries didn't pick up and were just hitting Malan on the shoulder.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely assistance for the bowlers in this wicket here. With the variable bounce that we're speaking about, we saw some lateral movement a bit earlier. So there's definitely a lot here for the bowlers to work with. I had a bit of a chat with the curator during the lunch break, and his first question to me was, how come is there no wicket so far in this match? And we said that it's definitely not got to do with the wicket being flat. I think it's a fair wicket to get. It was just about the groupings and constantly bowling in the same area for the momentum multiplier Titans. They come up after lunch and they show that there is a lot in this wicket, having picked up the 2 wickets first over after lunch.
I think it's something that Ken alluded to as well. He spoke about how with the surface seemingly offering so much and the conditions also giving so much to the seamers, the Titans, without getting a wicket for such a long time, started searching for those wickets. They started bowling the ball everywhere. They were never really consistent in those areas where they are problematic. And that's why they just kept on giving the boundaries away every now and then. So the reason why the curator is so surprised that there were no wickets falling was because when the Titans built up that pressure, they would give it away with a boundary ball. We spoke about how in 23 overs, there were 15 boundaries in the innings. That's a lot to give away.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at the context of the game. Only 80 runs on the board, but 60 of them all coming from boundaries just says a lot about the inconsistency of the bowling. And it took a debutant, isn't it, now to get things going here.
He started with a short and wide one which was cut away, and he's brought himself back. Janko Smit. Dayan Khalim comes back from lunch and ends over number 25. Goldrush Boland. Just a little bit shaken with the start of this session, having lost those 2 quick wickets. The man who shook it up with the ball now, with the score on 80 for 2.
And if you're the Titans, this is exactly what you would have been looking for. And the backup also, we talk about betting and partnerships, but bowling in partnerships is also of paramount importance, because Janko Smit bowling the other side, picking up the 2 wickets, Khalim coming on this side, bowling a maiden over. That is the support that you need when you're striking on the other side, not to let free runs go away. So this is exactly what the Titans need to continue to put the pressure on Goldrush Boland.
I'm pumping my fists because they're bringing a man down at the short leg under the armpits of Aviu Mgijima. Janko Smith, tall, having that zip off the surface. That end, giving that extra bounce. So this is going to be a new dynamic to test Aviu Mgijima. Here comes Janko Smit. This is going to be a real challenge for the batter. Both sides of the wickets are now wicket-taking options for the bowler.
Yeah, very good here from Janko Smit. Earlier on, we spoke about how the field was much more spread out. They had 3 players that were on the boundary. That's because they were leaking a lot of runs. But now, having picked up the 2 wickets, we can allow to be more attacking, which is exactly what the seam bowler will be looking for.
And in all fairness, Janko Smith has earned it. Like we said, only 3 deliveries which were run scoring off his bowling, and one of them being his very first ball in first-class cricket. So you can give that some little bit of leeway. So you give that away. But, so the other 38 deliveries that he's bowled have been nothing but gems which have stopped runs, and 2 of those took wickets. Oh, they go up. The ball is nipping around and making the batters dance. And the umpire rejects the Titans' appeal.
The umpire, Warren Reinhardt, was not interested in that one. Very good bowling from Janko Smit.
2 of those took wickets.
Definitely challenging the batters here. We look at that. Straight in the wickets. Probably a touch too high. Looked like it was also going a bit leg side-ish.
But he must be careful, Mgijima, trying to flick those because he falls exactly to where Rivaldo Munsami is, at basically behind his hips. So that's why he's taking his time, he's assessing the conditions because, like we said, he has slip fielders and a gully, so the offside is a problem. He has the deep fine leg, he has square leg, and the man standing under the helmet, which makes the leg side a problem as well.
Very good bowling from Janko Smith. Spoke about how that ball was going in and there's a fielder that's been placed there to hit it there. And you know that old thing that we speak about in terms of what is a good ball in cricket. Often people say a good ball is the one that's ball short of a length or back of a length. Some coaches will tell you that a good ball is a ball that's been hit to where the fielder is. And if you put a fielder there and you put a ball there to be hit there, that is exactly what we're talking about when you say a good ball.
Ooh! That is the stuff from Janko Smith. His tail is absolutely burning on fire.
The youth exuberance here from Janko Smith really made it uncomfortable here from the experience of Mgijima. Not finding it easy early on here in his innings.
You can see just out of your picture there's Dayan Khalemu standing at deep fine leg. Rivaldo Munsami under the helmet, the man standing right next to the umpire, all waiting for the short stuff coming to Mgijima. And it's superb bowling from Janko Smith. What a return from the Titans for the second session. That is the third maiden over in a row.
Yeah, very good. Must have been compliments to the chef here for whatever that was in the lunch for the Titans. Very good bowling here. This is what we spoke about before the lunch break, that there just hasn't been enough groupings of balls in the same area. But coming back after lunch, the Titans have clearly identified that they need to do a little bit better and where they ball the balls. You look at Janko Smith, he got wickets with different balls. One was a shorter one was a fuller one, but you got a shorter one to a guy that has been there for quite some time and a fuller one to a new batter who's not moving his feet around.
It's such an excellent adjustment from the debutant as well, and great planning and strategy from Neil Brunt and the whole team as well. Because like you said, Grant Rulofsson has been comfortable with the ball that has been full on him. And so you play on his ego a little bit, don't you? He's been hitting them around. Here's this debutant trying to take over him. And so a short ball will get his eyes opened up. And that man has been there for a very long time. And we've seen him being toyed in. He hangs on the longer side of the field and right on the boundary, on the shorter side. Ooh, that's why they bowled it short to Rulofsson, because he was set. Malan is also set, and it shows why you must try to get your areas correctly. Beautiful shots driven down for 4.
Yeah, very good shot here from Peter Malan. A much needed boundary just to get off. A little bit of pressure as we see. Full and straight. Presented the full face of the bat there. Peter Malan hitting it down to that long on boundary for 4.
He's the danger man, Peter Malan. 102 runs in the first innings in his previous game. And that's just signs of someone who knows exactly where he should play the deliveries, leaving after scoring a wonderful 4.
Yeah, I think definitely Peter Malan should identify that the Titans have got their tails up at the moment. The last thing that you want to do is to give them another wicket. So if it's not in your arc, if it's not in your area, just let it go. Wait for that one that's too full, too straight, like we saw from Khalim, and punish that.
A little bit wide, but like we've seen in modern day, having the deep point, I mean, if they had it him, then the first session would have saved a couple of runs, since the bowling was so short and wide. But he's there for a reason now.
This is exactly what they'll be looking for now early on, want to create a pressure on Peter Malan by not necessarily bowling to him, but bowling to the other guys on the other side. So if you create pressure there, you feel that the batter on the other side feels like they need to score a few runs to get the pressure off.
Gijima faced some tortures coming from Janko Smit. It's just gonna have to continue weathering the storm, because apart from that boundary delivery, both these bowlers have been keeping it tidy for the Titans. We speak of high discipline bowling right now. High discipline batting is also required.
Yeah, definitely. That is the good context of, or contest rather, of bat and ball. Bowlers looking to come up with something, batters looking to counter what the bowlers are coming up with.
Tempting with no one out in the deep at the cover boundary. It ends the over. He did give away 4 plus that single. 85 is on the board as Boland scored their first runs of the session after losing 2 already. Janko Smit has been the man on fire. Where did they find this guy?
Well, he does come from Joburg. That's where he played his school cricket. And you know, Ken's alluded a little bit earlier about the importance of tucks in the pipeline of Titans cricket. And they got him out of the Lions setup, coming into the tuck setup. Bowled well. Last year was a bit unlucky. Had a lot of injuries. Won an award for Man of the Season for Tucks cricket, for just being in and around for Tucks cricket. Definitely a good find here for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
See, that's why I enjoyed having Rivaldo Munsami under the helmet. You see that extra bounce. It's even troubling Peter Malan, who's been set there for a while.
Yeah, definitely, and that's somebody like Janko Smit has naturally just that extra bounce. And we did speak earlier on about how it does look like when you're bowling from the Henops River end, there is a bit of bounce that's coming. So I wouldn't mind, like you say, and I agree with you that even though Peter Malan has been there for long enough, but the way Janko Smit is bowling has got a lot of energy, put somebody there.
And on top of that, if the batters do dare drive the ball, even though they've opened the gap through the covers, you still hit into the long side of the boundary, and it's very long to hit the ball through the offside. So it has to be a very clean hit, which might leave you susceptible to the ball carrying to the slips if you edge it.
And I think if you're the Titans and you've seen how Janko Smit is bowled, you don't mind if the batter's going to try to drive him through the covers. He's getting good bounce and good patches of this pitch.
Oh, rushing him. Gijima is able to play it very softly and fine. Dayan Khalem comes to retrieve. He's the other threat that they need to look forward to if they're going to hit the ball down behind square. Bowling brilliantly here, Janko Smit. And you might even say that the end is doing dividends, but he's been doing this even on the previous previous session. He was getting edges in the previous session.
We spoke about how dangerous he was from the Avbop end and how more dangerous he will be from the Henops River end.
Wonderful lift, good carry, but all of that experience from Peter Malan, who's an excellent puncher off the back foot, deciding to let it go.
If you, with Janko Smit, would say good lengths that is hitting, but maybe you want to get that a bit straighter to try and force Peter Malan to play. Otherwise, he's more than comfortable to just let it go through if it's wide enough for him to do so. Spoke about how he's a very patient man.
Oh, he goes on to this one. Patience almost running thin and almost costing him his wicket. But soft hands gains him 4 runs.
Yeah, and that is what we're speaking about, getting it closer to him so that he attempts to play at it. As we just take a look at that again. Much closer than the previous one. You can see Peter
goes
Malan. We
on
spoke
to
about
this
how he
one.
likes to plant that front foot
Patience
in front of
almost-
him. It's exactly what happened. Ends up playing in front of the pad.
It's actually something we saw right at the beginning of the innings from Dayan Khalim bowling to him from the Henops River end, where with his natural movement of moving the ball away from the right-hander. Oh, they go up in appeal. It doesn't turn around. He was convinced that he got Peter Malan, but not umpire Vengaard to end over number 28.
Very good bowling here from Janko Smith.
With his natural
Trouble in the
movement
batters,
of
and
moving
new
the
batters.
ball away from the right
Ones that have been there for a while, as we take a look at that again. Very good bowling from
Oh,
Janko
they
Smith.
go up in appeal. It doesn't turn around.
Maybe a touch high. But definitely this is... it's going to be tough to get the ball out of his hand, isn't it? The way that he's going about this.
He doesn't even feel tired. Every ball gives him more energy. And the way he ended that over, I believe he's going to start the next over on much fire. Here's Dan Khalim, though. Gave away a boundary in his previous over. Can he clean it up this one? Tempting, but ball keeping low.
As you speak about Janko Smith, that doesn't even look tired, but that is the benefits of being a 20-year-old, isn't it? You've got all the energy, can bowl long spells. And on your debut, you feel like you want to make an impression early on here. It's that time of the year now where players are looking to impress, because it's that time where you start looking at contracting for the next season.
There's going to be a lot of questions to ask yourself, especially on how you balance the team as the Titans, because if there's one thing we have to admire, it's the plethora of youth that they are opening the gates for. You speak of Janko Smith, Luandre Pretorius, there's still the likes of Merrick Brett, who's in his young 20s. Don't forget that... Don't even forget Diavolt Brevis, who's still not even 22 years old. So there's all of this talent in the team, both young and old. And you just love the balance that the team has, even in the starting 11 right now.
Yeah, definitely. Then that is something that is always good, where you look after the present but also looking after the future all at the same time. Can get those guys to gel so that the older ones, when they go out of the system, then you've got guys that have had some valuable experience here. And Junior Dala is in his mid-30s. You'd see that is kind of player that doesn't have 4 or 5 more years to go. So if you can get 2 good seasons out of him with youth around, it'll help a lot if you get him. The younger players like your Janko Smith, your Merrick Brett, your Matthew Post that have been playing, to sponge off him a little bit in the 2 years or whatever years that he's got left on him. Although Junior Dala will probably feel that he'll play until he's in his 40s.
One of the fitter guys
Yeah.
roaming around the circuit, Junior Dala. But even the likes of Dan Khalim now stepping into that seniority role. He's been such a key contributor for the Momentum Multiply Titans, especially with Corbin Bosch going into the national setup, taking more responsibility will now fall onto him as the leading all-rounder.
Yeah, definitely. There was a gap, you can say, that was left with somebody like Corbin Bosch. Lizard Williams has been injured quite a while, so there's been spaces, and that's where you've seen your Matthew Bowes, Merrick Brett, and your Janko Smith coming in and getting the opportunity. So it's definitely good problems, I think, to have for the Momentum Multiply Titans when you've got so many youth bowlers coming up. Got a lot to choose from. So I think we're feeling very confident about the squad that they have at the moment.
And so they get 2 wickets, courtesy of the young blood in the team. It's 91 for the loss of 2. And such is the value of wickets, that run rate has decreased quite significantly. They're finding it hard to score here. Goldrush Boland has been 6 overs. 11, they've only added 11 more runs for those 2 wickets. Where did that come from? I'll tell you where it came from. From a man who is on absolute top rhythm.
Wonderful ball. If you trouble a man that has faced 92 balls like that, that just shows how well Yanko Smith is bowling at the moment.
Slices the man who's on 200 first-class games inside out.
With his
An
natural
absolute
movement
beaut
of moving the
of a delivery, so
ball
close to getting the man. And what I love the most is that after bowling absolute peaches, he doesn't surge. He continues just bowling that.
That is the good thing when the follow-up ball is just as important as the previous ball. So we got Yanko Smith making sure that he doesn't release the pressure whatsoever. After beating Peter Malan, he's again in his face. You could see Peter Malan in the last one that he looked to do a bit of a drop and run. That just shows that he can acknowledge the good work that's been done by Yanko Smith.
To be very honest, if the Titans continue bowling like this and they restrict the boundary scoring, because that is what was causing them the heartache in that first innings, a glaring style of play will be found and exposed for the Goldrush Boland. The fact that they're not taking ones, the fact that they are struggling to get those 1s and 2s.
It's a very good captaincy here as we see Rivaldo Munsami getting under the helmet once again. Spoke about, although Peter Malan has been there for long, but the way that Yanko Smith is bowling at the moment just warrant to have a bit more attacking field.
Oh, reaches for it, Peter Malan. The pressure that is being put by Yanko Smith is starting to drown the experienced Malan. How close was that?
Very good bowling from Yanko Smith as we take a look at that again. Just getting it in the right areas there, outside of stump. Peter Malan almost just feeling for it. This is what happens now also with where you place the field. You don't always place the field to get the ball to hit there, but to restrict the player from hitting the ball there and hitting on another area that might create a wicket.
Oh, that is how you come back. Seductively driven by Peter Malan to go for 4 more runs.
Yeah, very good shot there from the bat of Peter Malan, showing the experience that he has. He's been there for quite a while, having been beaten in the previous ball, getting a fuller one from Yanko Smith this time around, just leaning on it, not hitting it too hard, straight down the ground for a boundary.
Just a teeny weeny too full. But it was good shuffling of feet by Peter Malan, getting to the pitch of the ball, driving it so well. Doesn't take away from what has been an excellent spell though from Yanko Smith. He ends the over brilliantly. He had it on top until it went for 4. It's 95 for 2.
Yeah, very good bowling here from Yanko Smith. He'll be looking to continue here. Maybe one more over from him to try and get another wicket here. And as I say that, we'll be having a change in commentary with Ken Boland coming back to join Mpendulo Magubani.
95 for 2 with Dayan Khalim. Aviom Gijima yet to get off the mark after 16 deliveries. Shows you how hard it's been.
And number 17 is the one that gets Gijima off the mark.
It's been a hard toil for Goldrush Boland. A very stark difference compared to their first innings, but it speaks to how you get reward as a bowling unit if you just keep the ball where it needs to be and let the conditions work in your favor.
I think Janko Smith striking straight away after lunch kind of pinpoints what went wrong in the first session for the Titans. And I was thinking of Grant Rudolphson out hooking. We didn't see that many short balls, actually, well-directed short balls at the batsman in the morning session.
We really started seeing it in the dying embers of that first session from Junior Dala only. They did not leave Peter Malan too comfortable. He found himself dancing a little bit on his crease, trying to crouch under ones, and them not lifting up.
It's a good delivery by Khalim, but well played by Peter Malan, who's had a few issues outside off stump as well. I don't know if it's my imagination, Pendula, but are the slips and the wicketkeeper standing a little bit closer since the lunch break? We did see also a few edges drop short in the morning.
You know what? You're the man with the binoculars, Ken. I think I'll trust your judgment on that. And we'll only see after the ball does get edged. And hopefully they've made that adjustment, because it's happened 3 times where the ball was edged and not reaching the areas.
Nicely punched by Malan for single. Takes him to 49. Yeah, the problem will come when it's a full-blooded drive that's edged and you've got a screamer at your head.
They paid professionals. They have sharp reflexes. But on top of that, it also just speaks to the understanding of the surface from the two batters who opened earlier on, because even now with Peter Malan still playing, he's playing the ball with soft hands, denying it from any carriage to the slips.
Yeah, I think we do need to. We've spent a lot of time analysing what the Titans have been, well, what they did wrong in the morning session, what they've been doing right since lunch. But due credit also needs to be paid to Malan and Rudolphson, who batted really well to put on 80 for the first wicket. Sliding a bit onto the pads there, but Gijima can only find Niseko Kokotlabana at quite close in mid-wicket. End of the over, 97 for 2.
Doing their best to get back to a scoring rhythm. But the lack of rotating the strike will be what the Titans are happy is not happening, because that means if they are able to clean up those boundary scoring deliveries, they will tie up the run scoring. But Peter Malan has worked himself to 49.
Oh, he's going for a quick single for his 50. It's very well judged into the covers. And well done, Peter Malan, his 57th first-class 50. And it's taken him 101 balls, 8 fours in that 50.
On his 200th match, He's making it count here, Peter Malan. Backing up his century from last week with another half century. Really good performance. 32 of those runs coming from boundaries exclusively. We're going to need to see more of those ones and twos coming about in this innings.
Peter Malan, one of those batsmen who can really stick around at the crease for a long time. I think you mentioned in the morning session his reserves of patience, Pendula, and he's certainly got that in spades and has batted really well this morning. Had a few issues outside off stump, as we said, but not too unexpected on an overcast day with a fairly grassy pitch.
Mkijima has been absorbing it really well. His name means running. His surname is directly translated to runner. But it needs so much patience right now. We know that he's one of those batters as well. Once he gets in, he can be so problematic for any fielding side.
In my extremely limited isiZulu, I thought it meant run quickly. It's like a exhortation. That's what I thought, like a Kajima. Look, you're the expert.
The funny thing is that his toes up, and I'm Zulu, so it's funny because some words will be exactly the same, but then they mean completely different things. And so, yeah, there I'm just throwing from my Zulu.
Maybe the answer is that the only times I've ever heard it is when someone's shouting at me to get a move on, run quickly.
I think what you're alluding to is when the M is not there. Kijima, come on, run.
Smith trying out another short ball. He had success. His first wicket for the Titans, a well-directed short ball that Grant Rudolphson hooked straight to deep square leg.
With the extra bounce and that zip that he gets, with the ball sometimes napping back into the right-hander. When he goes short, he wants to challenge the body, funny enough. So starting on that off-stump line, getting it into the hip and to the waist. And then you fool the batter and deceive them by coming into the front of the wickets and introducing that front foot again. So Janko Smith is bowling very well here.
He's been impressive. Good debut for the Tuck student. I couldn't help but notice that Kagiso Masubulele, who knows these players very well, knows club cricket obviously very well in Northerns, said that Smith is a biochemistry student. And no sooner had he said that than Smith found the formula for success. For the formula for the breakthrough that the Titans really wanted.
I don't know what was discussed during the break, but I'm sure Coach Das Neves threw him to his laptop. Go find the formula that works, son.
Diane Khalim, a bit short and wide. Slapped for one by Malan.
And even though it's difficult to do, but it is simply finding the areas that disrupt the batters and keeping the ball there as much as possible. Because sometimes you try to trick the batter into thinking that, okay, I'm going to place it there, maybe disrupt their rhythm and then go back to that troublesome ball. But if you keep troubling them over and over again, you eventually get that breakthrough.
Yeah, speaking of formulas, I think cricket, in general, the simplest formulas are the ones that seem to work the best. The team that does the basics the best for the longest period of time invariably wins.
But also remember that at the beginning of the match, Boland were 5 runs from 5 overs. We kept that on record. And this shows that they were able to do the right things during their time, which was to see off the dangers of the very fresh bowlers.
Edged and taken by, and a good catch by Luandro Pretorius, diving, but Aviu Mgijima driving a bit loosely there, Pendula. I don't think it was the right length to be playing that shot.
The pressure towels, Ken. One from 25 deliveries. And he's been constantly outside that off stump, Dayan Khalim, teasing that drive. And eventually, he falls susceptible to prey. Very well bowled. Just nips back into the right-hander, enough to get the edge. And what a catch from Pretorius.
Yeah, well taken by Luandro Pretorius, but that was nowhere near the length to drive by Mgijima, and a really loose stroke. Ended up just prodding outside the off stump, and a catch presented to the wicketkeeper, and the Titans have their third wicket after lunch in, well, we haven't even had 35 minutes yet.
You can only go for so long without scoring any runs. But like you said, Ken, the length was not the one to drive, but the length was the one to bowl, because it's good enough to invite the drive. And so with the ball nipping back in, it closed off the room for the drive to be executed well enough. If the ball never moved, he was never going to reach it anyway. Just shows how wide it was. But excellent bowling, where if you consistently bowl in the same area, you're going to get your reward.
Yep, just building on the dot balls they'd bowled before to Aviu Mgijima. 25 dot balls in that innings of one. And yeah, good place to bowl, as you said, MP. And you can see he kind of has to stop the drive because the ball's not there. If he goes through with it, he's just going to pop it up in the air. And the edge is found. Clyde Fortuin, the in-form Gold Rush Boland captain, comes to the crease and needs to just rectify what's been happening after lunch, from 80 without loss to 99 for 3. And it's been quite a dramatic momentum shift. Oh, it's a confident stroke. First up, made a wonderful sound off the bat of Clyde Fortuin. Unfortunately for him, straight to the fielder in the covers.
Speak about confidence the moment you walk in out there. That is the very same shot that just removed your counterpart. And you say, nah, I got this.
It was fuller. It was there to drive. Yeah. And there was a bit more width as well, I think. This is good stuff from Khalim.
But those two came in together in their previous game against Western Province. It was not a good situation when they were coming in, but they put on a super 200-plus run partnership, each batter getting a century for their own cause. So something along those lines is going to be required here today.
Yeah, they saved the game for Boland, and also the Titans and Dolphins would have been very pleased, because otherwise Western Province would have been right up the log. Khalim's successful over comes to an end. It's 99 for 3.
The last round of the tournament. It's where you look back and you think of all the could-haves and should-haves, especially when you have so many teams still very much in contention to get into that final. Even the Lions themselves are not safe from the drop, because if they lose by enough and they score low enough bonus points, even number 4 in Western Province can find their way up to number 1 if they win well enough. So it's open to everyone here.
Boland themselves are not out of making the final. They have a very good win here. They could get up there depending on other results. Junior Dollar is replacing the impressive Janko Smith. Low full toss, and Malan got it right off the bottom of the bat.
It's a good move to bring both your strike bowlers from the end, which has seemingly been more advantageous to their strengths. In the first session, both Dala and Janko Smith were coming from the Avbob end, where your camera is coming from. And Neil Brandt and team have chosen to switch them up both to the Hanops River end.
Two slips and a gully for Dala, as we've seen for much of the day. And Junior Dala's having a very good season for the Titans. He's got 16 wickets at an average of just 19. There's that punch shot through cover point, or point, that Peter Malan has played so many times today. And the 100 is up for Goldrush Boland. Off 203 balls, 18 fours, and they've been at the crease for exactly 2.5 hours.
Yeah, those 18 fours caused quite a bit of damage. 72 runs coming from just fours alone. It's a huge percentage of boundaries scored. But they've drawn it back here, have the momentum multiply Titans.
It's often the case here at SuperSport Park that we do get a lot of boundaries. It's known as a boundary scoring ground, quick outfield. But the Titans certainly bowled too many loose deliveries in that morning session. Grant Wilson, 40 out of his 44 runs were boundaries.
You juxtapose it to this current session, where we've seen 10.5 overs, and there've only been 2 boundaries so far.
Oh, well bowled, Junior Dala. 14, pushing forward, well outside off stump though. Could he have left this ball?
Those are the times where you question what intention you have for the ball. The ball is nowhere near the stump, so what are you defending? If it's that far away from your body, why are you not punishing the balls? That would have been a sad way to lose your wickets.
Yeah, we could forgive Fortuyn if he was trying an attacking shot out there, but to just defend makes no sense at all. You can only get yourself out. And there we go. Driving at a wide one, full and wide from Junior Dala, and hit straight to backward point. Rivaldo Moonsamy, the catcher.
Gives it away here, Ken. Gives it away. Which is why said that first ball that he drove, little bit risk. They didn't even shift his body towards the ball. Everything just was hands and nothing else behind it. So he was never in control of the shot. And he chops it away to the man standing at backward point. An easy catch for a man who's a wicketkeeper, Rivaldo Moonsamy.
Almost as if Fortuyn made quite a late decision to play at that one. Where did he hit this from? I mean, it's almost gone past him, I think, when he throws the hands at it, as he said, Pendulo. Yeah, he's played that very late. And the Titans have a 4th wicket after lunch. My word, how this game has turned around. 100 for 4. You see there the scorecard after the opening stand of 80 between Rudolphson and Peter Malan, who's still there, having just gone to his 50. But a sorry tale thereafter, 0-1 and 0.
Clyde Fontaine, a man who is in good form, the captain. You would have thought that he would have tried to keep it together. But to lose your wicket in that fashion, is absolutely heartbreaking for the Boland team, who started so excellently in that first session. We cannot describe how brilliant that first session was. Federico Adams then comes in at number 6.
There you see the Titans bowling figures with Diane Khalim and Junior Dala both joining Janko Smith, 2 for 22 on debut in 10 very tidy overs so far. So I just get the feeling Clyde Fortuyn, the ball before, also defending well outside off stump. It's like he wanted to feel better on board. He is a bit of a stroke player and maybe just a bit over eager to get going, and unfortunately he's out for a duck.
A telling tale. Just a switch up here from the Titans of not giving away any more boundaries. You see a lot of these runs, a lot of them are even scores because so many of them just come from boundaries. So many of them have been hit away. And you see the maiden overs. You look at the maiden overs and you look at the amount of runs scored and you're like, where does the sense make sense? And that's why they'll bowl a string of maidens and then string of overs where they are wickets or boundary deliveries. They are giving none away, Ken. And they've gotten 4 wickets because of that.
So Federico Adams hasn't played much for Boland this season. I gather he's had quite bad injury problems this season. Also didn't feature in the SA20. Better known as a white ball player. Peter Malan on strike to face Diane Khalim.
If he keeps it there all day, every day, which is where he's been giving Peter Malan some problems. You saw Malan just practicing that defensive stroke. He's edged it from that defensive stroke off Khalim as well. So this is a true contest between the two.
Federico Adams averages 29.5 in 4-day cricket, 100. Junior Dala couldn't cut that off, and Peter Malan nicely timed down the ground for 4.
Anytime you stray a little bit too straight to Peter Malan, he does punish you. It's the second time he's driven Khalim in that very same fashion, in that very same area, and he gets 2 boundaries from that.
Yeah, very nice stroke by Malan. Nothing too extravagant about it, just a firm push down the ground. Good timing, and as you say, plays it very nice and straight. Rode the bounce and movement well there to get it down to backward point for a single.
The honest truth as well, Ken, is that Malan hasn't been giving away too many opportunities to the Titans bowlers. Wherever there's been some oohs and ahs from his batting has been from extravagant bowling from the Titans. They really need to be on the top of their aim and mark in order to trouble him. It was only that short stuff from Dala from the first session which you complained about, that there's not much of it happening even now.
That run just dies on the batter, but we've seen that from the West Lane end a few times, and I seem to recall last week it was the same, that from this end, the West Lane end, where we're commentating from the main grandstand at SuperSport Park, it could be a bit low at times.
Funny thing is that we were playing 4 strips to the left 2 weeks ago versus Western Province, and it also had some of the same up and down.
Still pretty overcast here at Centurion, but thankfully no more rain since some early morning showers before play started, delayed the start of play by half an hour. Goldrush Boland winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Made a great start, 80 without loss at lunch, but then the Titans have fought back with 4 wickets.
The most important thing here for the Titans is that they've gotten 4 wickets. Claiming wicket number 3 gives them that bowling bonus point, and now every single point matters in the final round of this competition.
Yeah, because it's their closest challengers are the Dolphins, who got a bowling bonus point already in the morning session against the Warriors. So Titans will be pleased that they've kind of levelled the scorecard in that respect, getting their own one after lunch. He overbowled 105 for 4 after 35 overs. Junior Dala will continue from the hen observer end to Peter Malan.
Ken, this is where now we speak of the importance of claiming a victory, because a victory and a draw can nullify any bonus point that you get. A victory gives you 16, and then a draw only gives you 6. So that's a 10-point differential between winning the game and drawing the game. So a win is so important for any of those teams who want to qualify for the finals.
I like the points allocation, the way it is. Malan still, again, looking to get a 1 square on the offside there, which I guess could land them in trouble with 2 slips in a gully, and they've left the gap there, the Titans, and protection on the boundary. But we see that been a fair amount of wins so far this season. 11 wins between the teams in the 4-day series. It's not bad considering how wet this year has been so far.
And a lot of those draws coming in the second half this year, because for some strange reason, the fall is bringing in a lot of rain this season. Last season, we were getting a lot of those results, though, as in last year, prior to that international break during December. But that rain has just come and spoiled the party a little bit.
Makes one a little bit nervous. Well, for those of us up on the Highveld anyway, about what winter has in store for us.
Don't want to know. The cricket won't be here to keep us warm either. But you know, speaking of that points system, it was funny because last week I was working in the Lions and Dolphins game. 2 of the first days were rained out, basically. But because both teams were still within that first 100 over threshold of their first innings, what you saw in that final day on day 4, where normally things would just be dead rubber, the Lions continued batting and the Dolphins continued bowling for whatever additional points that they could claim right up until the end of the day.
Well, I think I mentioned in commentary in that game that there was a season where the Titans missed out on winning the title by just 13 runs, and that's over the whole season. So that's what 0.02 of a bonus point. As Junior Dala ends the over, I fancy, was Peter Malan's bat up a bit like a little bit of a periscope there as the ball was passed? Titans would have noticed that. So we are now going to have a commentary change as Pendula Magubani leaves us, and KG Masibulele is back. Afternoon, KG. It's been a Very good little time for the Titans after lunch.
Yeah, definitely. I think the bowlers have come out guns blazing here. Going at a strike rate of 6.25 for the bowlers. Picked up 4 wickets in just 25 runs conceded since the lunch break. It's a good first hour after the lunch break here for the Titans. Khalimi to continue from the off-pop end to Francisco Adams. That Malan has been the glue here for the goldrush Boland, just ensuring that the other side is well taken care of. We've been seeing 4 wickets go down since the lunch break.
Very important partnership, this KG, because Peter Malan, far and away the most experienced batter remaining, specialist batter that is. Next up is Ethan John Cunningham, who's playing in his pretty much his first season of senior first-class cricket. And then we're into the all-rounders and the bowlers, Sean van Berg, Ayat Kamani, both of them, of course, very handy with the bat. And then the specialist bowlers, Glenton Stearman and Kono Mnyaka.
Yeah, definitely. I think this partnership, Francisco Adams and Peter Malan, will also know how important it is for them to try to carry the load of the runs that they will be looking to make in the first innings here for the team. I want to leave it to your all-rounders and a new man into first-class cricket. So you sort of like look at the Gold Rush Boland and say that they probably just need to go through a phase of playing what you would call boring cricket, of just not giving anything to the bowlers, tire them up a little bit and try to counter-attack when the opportunities are created. But wider there from Khalim, but Francisco Adams doesn't get the bat he's looking for on that one.
It's very true what you say, KG, because if you look at the wickets that have fallen, Rudolphson hooking, Gajima trying to drive on the up, Fontaine driving at a full wide one. It's all aggressive stroke play that was perhaps at the wrong time. Grant Rudolphson in the first over after lunch. Gajima and Fontaine were on 1 and 0 respectively.
Yeah, I think definitely that's the thing about 4-day cricket. It's that you always get your moments where you need to play in a different type of way that you played in the previous session or whatever. So it needed to be a restart from the Gold Rush Boland when they came back after lunch. But it's as if like when you're speaking about the dismissal of Roloffson, that it's as if like he's just going in a way that I'm just continuing where I left off rather than restarting and seeing 1 or 2 overs away and then starting again.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, KG. That one wrapping the gloves of Francisco Adams. We saw earlier one ball keeping low from this end. That one just climbing a bit, as this replay will show.
Yeah, and that is what we spoke about, the variable bounce coming particularly from the off-pop end. It's been quite a few times where it just looked like you're not too sure whether it's going to go up or go down. So Peter Malan earlier also getting hit on the gloves. Looks like Francisco Adams is looking for a bit of attention here after being hit on the gloves by Dian Khalim. He's calling on the physio onto the field.
And I think you can make out on the screen there that there's a hint of a bit more sunshine out on the field at the moment, which is very welcome. It's interesting that previously there was a bit of variable bounce from this end, but it didn't really seem to get any worse during the 4 days, which is obviously a good thing. Frisco Adams must have been struck quite a bad blow. He looks like he's holding his wrist more than his hand. Maybe the hand is too sore to hold. He has to hold his wrist.
Definitely, I think, and that is also his bowling hand. You know how important it's going to be also with the ball later for goldrush Boland. So they would want to get him up and ready back again to be able to continue.
Let's hope he hasn't broken something, because he's had really bad luck with injuries lately. Very talented cricketer, Frisco Adams.
Yeah, definitely. I think but 3 seasons ago, so in the T20 competition where he looked like he was a serious menace, but as you said, has struggled a little bit with injuries that has kept him away from the game for quite some time.
Known as the Iceman for his coolness under pressure, winning games with both bat and ball at the death. KG, have you seen Friday's weather forecast at all?
Yeah, it's very similar actually. The next 4 days are very similar to today from what the forecast is saying. We just do hope that they get it wrong and we can have more cricket taking place, especially when you look at the importance of this round of fixtures, this last round of fixtures before we go into the final next week Wednesday.
The weather's certainly not playing along elsewhere in the country. There's been no play yet in Bloemfontein, where the Lions are playing the Knights in another very crucial game there for both sides. The 4-day Division 2 final underway in Pietermaritzburg. No play there today, and in fact stumps has been called already, with Northern Cape on their overnight 132 for 4. Don't forget, we do have live commentary of that game as well on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel, courtesy of the renowned Andy Capistano, and he's with Chad Mason. The one other game where there is cricket on the go is at St George's Park, where Eastern Province have lost another wicket. The Warriors 104 for 5 against the Dolphins, so that's the second bowling point for the Dolphins. Jordan Harriman is out, bowled by Ethan Bosch for 52. Frisco Adams is back and mended, and the game is ready to resume.
Just tucked away nicely there from Peter Malan down to that fine leg for his single. I think Junior Dala will also appreciate or enjoy bowling a lot more from the Henops River end. It does look like, from what we saw from Dian Khalim in the first spell this morning, and also Janko Smith in the spell just after lunch, there is a lot of assistance from that side in terms of the ball going through nicely. And Junior Dala will enjoy that. Has already picked up a wicket from that side.
Thank you.
Again, tucked away from the body. You know, Junior Dala also is somebody that is not afraid to bowl into the body of a batter. He knows very well that he also bowls a heavy ball, especially with Frisco Adams having been hit on his hand the previous over. So you do want to trouble him a bit in terms of bowling into his body, get him to try and use his bat a bit more.
See 12th man Josh van Heerden is on the field.
Josh van Heerden, another one of the players that plays for Irene Villagers Cricket Club. Junior Dala also plays for Irene Cricket Club. So does Sibonela Makanya, so does Lisego Kokobane. They'll be happy to have 4 players on the field at the moment that play for the club. He's coming back for 2 here and easily getting that 2 runs. It's been too straight in this over so far from Junior Dala. 3 times he's been tucked away from the body. You see, this is what we speak about in terms of the gold rush Boland, that they need to go through a phase of just playing boring cricket, not giving too much away to the Titans. That's how you deplete the energy.
Dayan Khalim seems to be the player off the field. He's bowled a few overs, a spell of 7 overs, so deserves a breather. So that suggests there'll be a bowling change from the West Lane end after this over from Junior Dala.
Good end to the over there from Junior Dala, ending the 38th over. The gold rush Boland on a 109 for 4.
It's a very short boundary on the offside for the right-hander, and there are 2 right-handers at the crease, so interesting choice by Neil Brunt. I think perhaps it has to do with he wants to try and rotate his quick bowlers from the other end.
A bit of a quick single there. There's a lot of gap there with the point down at the boundary. With 2 men catching, well, 3 got a slip, got a actually just a long off, probably waiting for the catch 10 meters out.
See, Peter Malan takes guard, leg stump or even a little bit outside, but then shuffles across, allows them to access the offside.
Ooh.
And also when Neil Brunt does bowl the arm ball, like that last one looked like, hopefully the pads are out the way, outside leg stump, you're not going to get caught trapped in front so easily.
And this time just gets one on the pad, swoops it nicely down to that vacant deep square leg for a 4. Good batting from Peter Malan.
Very nicely put away. I wonder if Neil Brunt was kind of suckered into going for the pads a bit more here. Yeah, maybe he's trying to bowl him around his legs actually, because he shuffles across, but very well put away by Peter Malan.
Yeah, it'll be very tough for him to do that coming around the wickets. Heavily bowling the ball, sliding down. Again, once again, Peter Malan says, you thank you very much. Back-to-back boundaries. Same ball, same result. Down to that deep square leg to end the 39th over with a gold rush Boland on 118 for 4.
Well, the pitch would have to give Neil Brunt some decent turn for him to bowl anyone around their legs. They do say though that if it seems it spins, might grip the grass a bit, but I don't think we're going to see any quick turn anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely. I think it will be tough thing to do. Neil Brandt has always also not been the biggest turner of the ball, so you need a lot more assistance if he's gonna ball somebody around the legs. And nonetheless, we've got Junior Dala to continue from the Henneps River end. He's got a wicket so far. We'll be looking to get more wickets. 10 overs, 1 for 31 so far. Oh, just a thick outside part of the bat here from Ferisco Adams.
Good place to bowl though.
Does look Ferisco. He stays very leg-sided of the ball. Even that shot, you can see that he's playing it very much away from the body. Oh, this time tighter from Junior Dala. Inside half of the bat. We're coming back. No, just taking the single. Bit of excitement there created by Junior Dala.
Well, you can see because Frisco Adams hanging back and playing around his pads, looking to the onside, the ball pitching around middle and off, angling in a bit. Dala thought he might be in business with an LBW there.
Just outside that off stump. Peter Malan has been there for long enough just to get his full bat behind it. I think this is what we're speaking about with Goldrush Boland, that there has to be a rebuilding that takes place. If you find yourself in this position here, you start to almost dictate to the bowling team where they should bowl to you, who they should bowl. Certainly, it's a good position to be in if you can dictate the terms of the match.
Well, they were dictating at lunch, 80 without loss. But credit to the Momentum Multiplied Titans for coming back so strongly after the break. Peter Malan has got the memo about the need to rebuild and not do anything rash. 68 not out, 125 balls. The question is, have the rest of the batsmen got the memo?
Two straight that time from Junior Dala. It does look like, you look at the way that Ferisco Adams is going, batting at a strike rate of 22, 23 at the moment. So definitely I think he would know, a bit of an experienced man also would know how important it is to try and keep your wicket for as long as possible here. Don't give too much to the Titans.
I presume that's just some boot maintenance going on for Junior Dala. Not a sudden cramp has laid him low.
It looks like it's just getting rid of some mud under the spike there.
How did you work out Frisco Adams' strike rate so quickly, KG? 3 out of 14. I mean, 3 out of 10 is easy, but 3 or 14?
I'm known to be a bit of a maths man. I do calculations very quickly on the top of my head.
Clearly, sure.
Nicely behind it there, Peter Malan. Experienced man will be knowing how important it is here. 40 overs done, and the Goldrush Boland are 119 for 4. And Malan has been holding the fort here for Boland on 68 from 127 balls. As you see, Neil Brandt to continue from the AFBOB end. The Titans now done well to get the 4 wickets, but you've got to feel that they need one more wicket to get more energy back into this game. Good bowling from Neil Brunt. I think that is the area that he looks to bowl a lot more at. As we said, Ferisco Adams seems to be staying leg-sided of the ball. Bit of a bounce on that one.
He's got a slip in place, and I think for the left-arm spinner, you're looking to pitch middle and off, I would say.
It's like that. Maybe just bring it back a little bit. But that's fine if you pitch it there, get the batter to stretch a little bit to try and make contact with the ball.
You want the batsman to play, and then hopefully get some turn away from the right-hander. And if you're pitching middle and off, it also brings your arm ball into play, the one that goes straight on, almost back at the batsman.
Again, just hit down for a signal. I don't know if there's the temptation to bring Sibonela Makhanya up a bit. Try to stop those easy singles that Boland seem to be getting at the moment.
I think certainly to Adams, the new batsman. Why are they giving him an easy one down the ground? Unless they want him driving down there.
And this time, just a bit too straight from Neil Brunt. Ferisco Adams gets onto the one knee, hits it to that vacant Calcon area for a 4 to end the 41st over with Goldrush Boland on 125 for 4.
It's the third boundary Neil Brunt has conceded by straying onto the legs, really. It's that just about pitches outside leg stump. It's a free hit for the batter and put away well by Ferisco Adams.
Yeah, very good shot in front of square, way in front of square there from Ferisco Adams. Not the way that the captain will be wanting to bowl, releasing a bit of pressure from his end. 2 overs from the ball of Neil Brunt, already 3 boundaries conceded. You see a bowling change from the Henops River end with Andile Petrokwayo coming back into the attack. Well, 2 overs for 6 runs earlier on before lunch. Very interesting also, we see Luandre Pretorius coming up to the wicket, standing up here. Yeah, it is very interesting from this end, as we saw there's a bit more bounce coming. Would you be tempted, Ken? I know bowled very good spell, Yanko Smith, to give him 1 or 2 overs from the Henops River end to see if he can break this partnership that's starting to build steadily here for Boland.
Well, given the weather and the pitch, I'm not sure it's time for spin, to be honest. Neil Brunt's bowled two overs that really haven't threatened, given away 15 runs. What's wrong with Coco Hlabana?
Ooh, just a bit airborne there, but bounce shot of Deva Brevis at Gully.
That one stood up a bit. I was going to say that Peklakwaya bowling with the wicket-keeper up suggests that he's going to bowl very wicket to wicket and try and target the stumps and the pads. And you don't want the batter coming out of his crease to try and nullify the LBW. But that was an interesting one that bounced quite steeply.
Too straight. You spoke about bowling straight, but too straight that time around, allowing Ferisco Adams to just hit it off his pads down to that vacant deep square leg for a 4.
I would rather see Coco Hlabana bowling from the Henops River end with his extra pace, get a bit of bounce, and then Peklakwaya can bowl from West Lane if you like to try and keep a lid on the scoring, although that was just a leg stump full toss.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Ken, that You've got a Koko Tlhabana who's one of your frontline bowlers, so to put it, had a very good game last time around. He's only bowled the 3 overs. We're in the 42nd over of this match. So if the ball still has something, a bit of seam, a bit of swing, you want to get your Koko Tlhabana to come in and extract what's left of the ball.
And those 3 overs by Koko Tlhabana weren't terrible. Yeah, it's not as if he bowled himself out of the attack, I'd say.
Yeah, I just had, in this first over, had 2 loose deliveries wide outside off stump where Rolofsen hit him, but the following 2 overs wasn't that loose, so definitely will be somebody that I'll be giving the ball to. We're bowling there from Petlekwa. That's exactly where he would be looking to bowl, having the keeper up. That's the end of the 42nd over with Goldrush Boland on 130 for 4.
Seeing if I can spot a spectator. Yeah, I think that's one on the chairs below us in the stand. Yeah, he's a spectator, isn't he?
Yeah.
Another couple on the other side. Oh, there's a suite that's got half a dozen people sitting outside it.
Yeah, there is also further to the right next to you. I'll see Keegan Peterson's wife is here.
Was she here last week when he scored that wonderful century?
She's always here most of the time when Keegan Peterson, they do just leave up the road. To fall there from the Brandt, not punished by Peter Malan.
Do you know if Tsepo and Don was fit or still battling with his hamstring?
It looks like he's still a bit in his recovery stages. Not just a bit wide there. Not too sure if he was 100% fit, if he also would have played in this match. Looking at the balance, and you see that. But Peter Malan getting 1,000 runs in the 4-day series versus his former team, the Titans. So what you're looking for, Neil Brandt, just getting Ferisco Adams, searching for that one. There we go, that's what we've been looking for, and catch taken by Sibonele Makanya, diving to his right. Spoke about inducing him, trying to go for the drive, and it worked out perfectly there for the captain, Neil Brandt. Sibonele Makanya making good ground, going to the right, low to his right, picking up the catch, and a much needed wicket here for the momentum multiplier Titans.
Well, maybe Neil Brandt knew that Frisco Adams can't resist hitting out at spin. Yeah, it's a weak drive, really. It's driving on the up. No real good contact made. Just a loose stroke, really. I mean, if you're going to take on the spinner and try and hit him back over his head, at least show a bit more intent. Maybe come down the wicket. Give it a proper thwack. But that's another disappointing wicket that's gone down for Goldrush Boland. But no disappointment on our side because we have Pendulo Magubane coming into commentary.
Pendulo Magubane, the voice of Wanderers, coming back into commentary. And with that, also we've got a debutant, Ethan Cunningham, coming to the wicket here. 5 wickets down for the Goldrush Boland. Titans picking up another bowling point here. This is going to be About 40 odd minutes or so before that tea break. It's going to be a very interesting time here. The session that has so far belonged to the Titans after not picking up a single wicket in that first session before lunch. Since then, for just 51 runs, they've managed to pick up 5 wickets rather. 50 wickets will be quite a lot, isn't it?
Wondering. Hey. But it's really impressive. It's so easy to just get bogged down by the batting team being so dominant over you over a session, but lunch is long enough to recalibrate and re-strategize your plans. And you saw by the way that they switched their bowlers up, the end switching, the way that they used their bowlers around, the change in tactics, bringing a short leg in, bringing a deep square leg in, trying all of these different things to upset the batters. But the most important thing is that in trying all of those things, this session, they hit their areas way more consistently than in that first one.
The take behind there from Luandre Pretorius.
It takes a lot of bravery to stand up, not only to Pehlukwayo, international seasoned bowler, but also with that up and down movement as well that you just signaled. It's the exact same end where Grant Rulofsson got drowned by the bounce of Janko Smith and hit the ball into square leg. So brave wicket keeping.
It's again nice and full from Andile Pehlukwayo. We spoke in the previous over that if you do have a keeper up, then you'll be looking to bowl a lot more wicket to wicket, restrict the batter from moving around. Especially with the pace of Andile Pehlukwayo, the batter will be tempted to come out of the crease a little bit to get a bit more pace. But if you got the keeper up, then that restricts you from doing that.
This is what I wanted to see more of against Pehlukwayo, because you spoke of an important thing. He has less pace, so there's more for the batters to do to generate power through the ball. So use whatever little pace you do have and guide the ball through this fast outfield here at the SuperSport Park and get those ones, get those twos, use the deep square leg and deep fine leg, use the deep point, get those runs flowing.
Cunningham to face his first ball in professional cricket here, professional red ball cricket. And full face, confident early on. Nice drive straight to that mid-off for a dot.
A tall lad as well, Ethan Cunningham. Means that he can go through the line of the ball pretty well if he chooses to do so. Let's see if he does have the technique to make it work.
Just keeping a touch low there. And then that is the thing also, Mpendulo, when we speak about the bowler and the lengths that you need to be bowling at. It's not just about where you want to put it, it's also about the stature of the batter that you're bowling to. Because if you've got somebody like an Ethan Cunningham who's a bit taller than the other guys, then you feel that you want to bowl in a different length than you want to go to the other guys. So that on its own provides a bit of a challenge to the bowler in adjusting the length and the lines that you're looking to bowl at. Nice and full, driven to mid-off, but well stopped.
But sometimes just keeping it basic seems to work. Love the fact that he's not scared to go against the bowling. Cunningham, we've seen two booming drives that just couldn't find their way through. And you speak of such an important thing, adjusting that length of how tall he is, because we've seen now with the full ball, pretty competent. I always like the idea of bowling it short towards the tall guy, because he'll always believe that he has a chance of playing the ball, and then that's going to bring in your fielders in the deep on your square into the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think the taller guys have got a longer reach, so you want to play away from that, let them reach the ball, and that's where you're going to induce them hitting the ball in the air. Oh, very good bowling there from Nel Brandt. It looked like it was very close to that off stump. Certainly from behind, a lot of excitement from the Titans. Another one, and this time looks like there might be something on it. The umpire says nothing, giving nothing there. It's a lot of confidence here. Luandre Pretorius was already throwing the ball up, thinking that is out, but nothing given from the umpire.
They seem amazed that that wasn't out, the Titans. Umpire Smith denying their appeal. But it seems like Brandt has found an area of working here.
Okay, just Peter Malan doing well to just get a single get-off strike after two testing balls to him.
The lengths are key here for Neil Brandt. You even saw with the way Malan played that. Not really sure to go back or forward, but he just trusted his hands to play the ball through. And he's been there for a while.
Ooh, that arm ball that we were speaking about a bit earlier on. Almost going through, but Cunningham just getting his bat down in time there to get contact on the ball.
Gorgeous stuff from Neil Brandt here. He actually bowled it a little bit quicker as well. Keeping almost a bit low.
Very good over here from Neil Brandt. First two overs went away for boundaries, but this time now coming back very well after picking up the wicket in the previous over. Just a bit too wide that time around, allowing Cunningham to get off the mark, getting a 4 past that point. Not a good ball to end that over. Good over from Neil Brandt.
Very well played from Ethan Cunningham there. He played it extremely late. Just waited for it. That was the one that almost got him out. But you survive those kind of deliveries, you're going to get the ones that can be dispatched for 4. And his first class career is off the mark.
Yeah, I think definitely speak about the patience of sometimes when the bowler is bowling well, you just got to make sure that you hang in there, wait for that one that allows you to hit a bit shorter and wider. The last ball from Neil Brandt, and Cunningham putting it away for a boundary to release a little bit of pressure. I'd say that after that wicket that they lost, there's a bit of pressure that's building up again. Bowling from Andile Petlokwayo here.
This is a real showcase also of the true potential of what Luandre Pretorius can be. 200s in his first 2 innings and then a 50 in his 3rd innings, or in his 4th innings. Here he is now, standing to a surface which is up and down from that end.
Just a bit of width, a hit behind square there. Kokobane doesn't get to it, and that's another boundary from the bat of Peter Malan.
Spoke about this. Just waits for the ball. Use the pace of Andile Petlokwayo against him. He played it extremely late and under his eye, timed it in that gap. Koko Hlabano tried his best. Still not good enough.
Yeah, just a touch of width they afforded to Peter Malan. Made good use of it. Bit shorter that time from Petlokwayo. Looked like he was trying to do something a bit different there.
Even had a good grunt behind that ball, just trying to force it through. And the thing is, if he does bowl a short one and tries to get it up to the chin, He's tempting a very in Peter Malan to try and attack him onto the shorter side of the boundary, so there's more incentive for the shot to be played and more chance of the mistake being made.
Ooh, Fuller that time. Inside half of the bat from Peter Malan. That vacant mid-wicket allows the batters to come through for a single. Yeah, I think definitely you look at that and you say that the batter might feel that they've got an opportunity with their leg side boundary being close. Now the bowling team also got a deep square leg in, got a fine leg in. Not too much pace that Andile Petlokwa, so you have to hit it really well to get it over the boundary.
But I love how his stock delivery has found a level of consistency. But the problem is just those every now and then boundary deliveries. He's gone for a couple now in his fifth over. And the funny thing is that it's the same problem that the opening bowlers faced when they started their bowling. And it took time for them to find the area which actually pays dividends for them. So in as much as the conditions seem to be good, maybe the margins are so tight for the bowlers as well. It's not as easy to bowl even there.
Cunningham just fading that away for a single to end the 46th over with goldrush Boland on 143 for 5. Yeah, I think that's why we spoke about, as much as you look at the overhead conditions and the pitch and you see that looks like there's a lot of assistance from the pitch and from the conditions, you still have to be very consistent in where you bowl, because if the conditions are going to help you, you need to help yourselves also. It can't just be that the conditions will do everything for you. So that's why we spoke about the grouping support earlier on, about you need to group the balls in the same area for as long as possible, and that's where you're going to get the pressure transferred onto the batter, and when they try to release the pressure, that's where you're going to get your wickets from.
It's always so nice if you have that graphic and you see all the balls just clamped up together, climbing on top of each other outside that line of that off stump, and that's what you exactly want the bowlers to do. And this session they've done it really well. Just the bowling changes who are new. Even Neil Brunt suffered from the same problem of getting hit for boundary in his first over.
Fuller and straighter there from Neil Brunt to Cunningham.
So you have to, in as much as luck is out there in the world, you need to be in the right areas to get that luck.
Yeah, definitely. You can't just leave things to happen. You have to try and make things happen. That's exactly what Janko Smith did. He made things happen, hit the deck very hard, put the ball in a similar area more times than not, and he got the dividends of getting the 2 wickets after lunch.
That's why he's going at less than 2.5 runs to the over. His return spell was sensational.
That is the area that they're looking at. They don't mind at all. And Cunningham keeps on reaching for the ball and trying to hit it down. So it's a very good bowling here from Neil Brunt. It definitely does look like there's a plan in play here.
The advantages for the Titans as well to get a wicket here and start climbing into your bowlers. Sean van Berg can hit the ball, yes, he can really handle the bat. So can Ayakaman. But it's not really the guys you want to leave responsibility to score the runs. And so a wicket here for the Titans will get into that part of the batting lineup.
Yeah, definitely. And you want to do that. You want to get into that quicker rather than later for the Titans. We're looking about 24 odd minutes or so before that tea break. Probably looking at trying to take at least one more wicket with them to the tea break. They've won this session hands down. 64 runs from Boland, but 5 wickets picked up by the Titans. One more wicket, you would say that they feel that they are firmly ahead in the match.
So close. The thing is here, Peter Malan's wicket is of utmost importance. If you get Peter Malan, you are very happy as the Titans. However, even if you don't get Malan out and you take out the batters on the other side, there's going to be so much pressure on Malan to take control of the innings and then try to manufacture something out of it that he might too lose his wicket.
Yeah, I think definitely there is direct and indirect pressure. It's the direct one where you keep on bowling dot balls to that bowler, but the indirect one of getting what's happening on the other side to play on him, where he feels that he needs to take more of the responsibility to get as many runs as possible here.
And it's going to be worse because once you get into the bowlers in the lower order, that's the role of the senior batter to
into the pads and nicely flicked away from the pads of Ethan Cunningham, hitting it past that mid-wicket for another boundary in this match.
You won't be too despondent to that on Andile Phehlukwayo. There's a man standing right there at square leg for that exact shot. Cries of catch it. Ball a little bit too far from square leg. Dan Khalim goes to collect it over the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I don't think you should mind that a bit too much. It's always good as a bowler, isn't it, when you see a batter trying to be a bit more attacking, because that's where you're going to get the wickets that you are so looking for.
Especially when they tease your fielding. When they go against where you've put the man, you always feel like you are in the game.
This time a bit more on that off stump there from Andile Phehlukwayo. Again, there's moments in the game, isn't it? And I think this is the moment in the game where the Titans feel like they need to get one more wicket to ensure that they stay on top. But for the gold rush, Boland is to go to tea break without losing an additional wicket.
An advantage here is that they are 2 runs away from 150, and that means they'll get their first batting bonus point. And 150 is such a key mark because each run you score from there onwards is a percentage of a point, just 2%. But that means if you score 50 runs every single time, you are getting an additional point. So they're about to break that threshold, and every run after that will have a big impact on their points.
Straight and well hit in front of square from Ethan Cunningham, allowing the ball to come to him, hitting it under that eye level there, in between that square leg and a mid-on, nicely to the boundary for 4, and that also brings the 150 up for the Gold Rush Boland. They are 152 for 5 after 48, and it's drinks break.
Very straight, very full from Phehlukwayo. And excellently played from Cunningham, who moves to 14. Up and down, left and right game so far. First session firmly belonging to the bats of Boland. And then the second session right now belonging to the Titans as the players take drinks.
So you see just a bit of a summary at the moment with the Gold Rush Boland on 152 for 5. Peter Malan still on the opening the batting on 78 of 143. Grant Rolofsson had a good opening partnership, 44 from 66. And now we've got Ethan Cunningham with Peter Malan on 14 from 20 balls. Federico Adams went a bit earlier, 20 from 26. Janko Smith, pick of the bowler from the Titans, 2 for 22 on his debut in 10 overs. Dan Khalim, 135 in 13. Junior 1 for 32 in 11, and the captain Neil Brandt 1 for 22 in 5. And we will see you after the drinks break in about 2 minutes or so.
We come back after drinks with Neil Brandt bowling to Peter Malan. Goldrush Boland have gotten their first batting bonus point, scoring 150 runs. And so now all runs they score will be an additional 2% of a point.
So I was saying 4-day cricket, particularly in the first 100 overs, that there's a lot to play for. So for the batting team, having reached 150 becomes very important to try and get as many runs as possible, because there is an incentive out there for them. Ooh, straighter there from Neil Brandt into the pads of Peter Malan, just fans it away for a dot.
There's even bigger incentive now, Kagisho, because 2 of the other games playing around the country have called stumps for day 1. In Bloemfontein, where the Lions are playing the Knights, that game for day 1 has been closed. And if we go to Potchefstroom, where Western Province are playing the Dragons, both games of utmost importance, both of them have been closed for day 1. So that's a big loss for those respective teams. And all of a sudden, great gates opening for both Boland and for Titans.
Yeah, definitely. I think probably somebody should have told them that there's a lot more to play for than what you thought in the beginning. With the other games not taking place, we of course want to see as much cricket as possible, but where the Titans and Boland are at the moment, lots of incentives for them coming to the business end of the season here. Lots of players will also be looking to make an impression for, it's almost that April is normally that contracting phase. As you see, Janko Smith coming back into the attack from the Henops River end. Ball very well, a spell right after lunch. He's got about 3 overs that he can bowl from that end. Ooh, first up. Already something from the ball of Janko Smith. Starting off from where he left off in the previous spell.
You spoke about Titans bringing him back in, whilst the partnership of Malan and Frisco Adams was starting to grow some legs. And this partnership now currently on 21 runs, and Ethan Cunningham was looking rather comfortable on his very first-class game. It's a really good change from Neil Brandt to bring in Janko Smith, and already with the first ball you see why.
Ooh, very good bowling from Janko Smith. Definitely has got the energy that you're looking for. Couple of minutes, 30 minutes before tea break, you want somebody that's going to come in and run in quickly. And that is exactly what Janko Smith is doing here for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
The probability of us reaching the new ball today, the second new ball, is highly unlikely, with lights fading away slowly and slowly. And so often, when the ball dies at around over 40, 50, it's the dry overs until over number 80. And so if you're going to have a bowler, Kagisho, who can still be a threat in those overs when the ball seemingly does nothing, he is a true asset if you can develop that talent over time.
Yeah, definitely. If you can get somebody that brings that element that you're looking for. There's something that I say, though, that Pendula, that we've missed for quite some time, and that is somebody that can reverse the ball when it's a bit older. And I see Janko Smith in his first game, if he does have that element about him.
But what he does have, it's a very good base that a lot of bowling coaches would like to work with. Whippy wrists upon release of the ball, a high action, a tall lad. He's still running in, so you'd be hoping that his fitness is of high caliber as well if you're going to get a first-class debut. So he's made of the right stuff. And like you said, just 20 years old, so there's a lot of room to improve for young Smith.
Get it! Oh! That just eluded Keegan Peterson there at second slip. That is the opportunity that they were looking for. That is what they were looking for from Janko Smith, to create an opportunity. Unfortunately, that didn't go to the hands of Keegan Peterson. Very good bowling from Janko Smith.
He's really getting the surface to work with him. He's good friends with it and the ball as well. What an incredible area. Cunningham just fending at it. Just out of reach of Keegan Peterson, standing at second slip. Very good bowling here from Smith. He's bending that back hard.
Yeah, very good bowling from the young man. This is the debut that you would have been dreaming of. Ooh. Ooh. Definitely making the batters think here. Very good bowling from a debutant to another debutant here. Not making things easy here for Goldrush Boland.
Oh man, I have a smile on my face. I love it when a fast bowler is operating the way that they should. The ball is zipping away from the surface, coming into the right-hander, causing all sorts of problems. The bounce that he's getting is so whippy and it's so nippy, zippy. All the ippies you can carry on in your sentence. It's just good stuff from Janko Smith. We've seen 50 overs now.
Of the day, is it something that's maybe prompted with how quickly and how much Janko Smith is coming in, that it might be seen that it's a bit dangerous for the batters? Maybe that plays a lot, because I don't think if Neil Brandt or Andile Petlekwayo were bowling under similar conditions, but it hasn't been checked. But the way Janko Smith is running in probably is threatening the batters a bit more.
The one thing that does come to the advantage of a SuperSport park, let's say juxtaposed to a Wanderers Stadium, where Wanderers Stadium, the arena is closed off by its stands. Yeah. The sun is definitely blocked by those buildings, and so here at SuperSport Park, it's so much more opened. So more light comes in, and so you just get more crickets out of the day than you would if you're down in Johannesburg.
And that is why SuperSport Park is called one of the best family grounds in the world. Nice and open with a lot of grass area here. That definitely is something that plays into the hands of SuperSport Park, being nice and open, allowing for the sun to come in, not too many buildings around. Brandt just to Peter Malan, who is anchoring the innings here. Probably a man that will be looking to carry his bat in these innings. Can leave it to someone else to score the runs.
His younger brother, Yanaman, had some good contributions in the One-Day Cup for the Northwest Dragons, some good 90s, failing to reach those triple figures. Older brother who has some test caps for the country. And with that opening slots always seemingly opened, you never know who might get the call up. You really never ever know.
Yeah, I think we're in a very interesting phase also. Cricket South Africa, Rob Walters having vacated that white ball coaching role. So lots of questions as to who will take over, which kind of players will they be calling up into the setup. Very nice that we've had a lot of youth, isn't it, coming up the ranks. I mean, if you're talking about a betting side of things, your Luandre Pretorias, your Dieval Breves, So, looks like they might be coming off here. Tea break. Called a bit earlier than anticipated. Bad light. Was it the matter of only continue if there's a spin bowler operating? And after Neil Brandt's over, gonna go back to the seam bowler. Seeing them making their way off.
Well, as we all try to figure out what's happening, doesn't change the fact that the players and the umpires have left the field and are leaving the field. We'll get confirmation from our scorers of what's going on, but it is bad lights that's taking us out. And like you said, KG, looking to continue with the pace bowler, not really can't do that, and so they are out for bad light.
Yeah, and you've got to think that they'll probably take their tea break. It was 5 minutes away, so bad light forcing them 5 minutes earlier off the wicket, but that's the situation that we have at the moment with the goldrush Boland on 156 for 5 after 51 overs. Very good session here for the momentum multiply Titans. Didn't manage to pick up any wickets in that first session, but in this one they've picked up 5 wickets thanks to the bowling of Janko Smith in that first over after the lunch break, picking up the 2 wickets. He's now 2 for 26 in 11 with Dian Khalim 1 for 35 in 13. Junior Dala 1 for 32 in 11. And Neil Brandt, the captain, 1 for 22 from 7. Peter Malan still holding the fort here for the goldrush Boland, currently on 78 of 155. Started the innings, he's still there. Grand Rolofsen, he had a very good opening partnership with him, but went for 44 of 66. Ethan Cunningham, the debutant, currently with Peter Malan on 18 from 26, and Ferrisco Adams left earlier on 12 for 26. And the news here from SuperSport Park is that bad light has forced the teams off the field, and with that will probably be a tea break, and we will be back once there is more action back at SuperSport Park.